Hello and welcome to this exciting tutorial where I teach you how to convert a template, an HTML template, into a dynamic website. So this is the template we're looking at. It's simply an HTML page, not a real working website. And I downloaded this for free from this website here, free CSS. So these are free templates here. They've got hundreds of them. So you can go to this website and get any of these and try to convert them into an actual website. All right. However, I'll put a link in the description to everything that I'm using in this particular tutorial, so not to worry. So in here, we're going to learn how to upload our own images here and change the title and all that kind of stuff, all that good stuff. And then we're going to add a login and sign up page, of course, so that uploading of images is restricted to those that are actually logged in. All right, so without further ado, let's begin. So make sure you have a server of some kind running. I'm using XAMPP server. If you don't know how to install this one, there's a link in the description on how to do so. So make sure Apache and MySQL are running because we'll be using a database as well. So just click start there. All right, great. And then get a text editor of your choice. I'll be using Sublime Text for this purpose. All right, so to begin, we're going to create a folder structure. And now we're going to be using the MVC type of structure. All right, so if I open this, this is what the MVC file structure looks like, kind of. So it depends who you are. You can put the folders in any format, but the gist of the matter is that you separate the app from the public side. So what people see will be inside views, and then all your functionality will be in models, and then the controller will decide which model to activate and which page to display. Okay, so the reason we'll do something like this is because this system has proven to be more effective in that if, for example, I have a website and I decide to change the interface, it will not interfere with the logic of the website. You can imagine if the database access files are in the same page as the page itself. So if I change something here, it changes the entire website. And then it becomes easier to grow your website from there, to add new pages and so on. All right, so MVC structure coming up. Now let's get started. Okay, so to start with, I need to create a folder. So I'm going to go to htdocs. So htdocs is the public HTML folder for XAMPP. So if you're using a different server, this folder will be different. So in here, we're going to create a new folder. Now we're going to call it Minima, just to mimic our website, the template, and then I'm going to drag and drop it there. Okay, great. Now I must mention that since we are using MVC format, it means all this technical stuff that we're going to do in the beginning, you will not need to do that again. You will do this stuff once, and then every time you bring in a new template, you just adjust the template to suit, like I said, with the MVC format, you can change the appearance of the website without affecting its functionality. So once we do this hectic part here, you will never have to do it again, or you may just make a few tweaks and adjustments here and there. So in this folder, we're going to create a new folder in there, two new folders. So the first folder is going to be app, which will contain our application files. So I've created a folder named app. Also in the same Minima folder, we're going to create one called public. Okay, great. So public is going to create is going to contain, our index page. So let's create a new file in here and save it right there in the public folder. So this one will be index.php, and let's save it. And now right in the public folder, we're going to create a new folder in there called assets. This is where all our images and the like are going to be. So there we go. So assets, and there's an index.php page in there. And then we go now to the app folder at the top there. So in here, we'll create 3 folders to match our MVC structure. So the first one is controller, of course, and the next one is models. These are supposed to be plural. So plural controller Z, like so. And then in the app again, we create a new folder called views. Okay, great. So we have 3 folders in here, and in app again, let's create a new file, and we're going to save it. init.php, short for initialization.php. Okay, so this is the folder structure we're going to be using, and one more folder in app. This folder is going to be called core. That will contain all the core files for our app. Okay, so if you've reached this stage, you have created a successful MVC structure. But how then does it work? So of course, our index page is the source. So let's go and open a new section here. We're going to say localhost minima, because that's our folder, and open that folder. So in there, we're going to see that there's app and there's public. So let's open the public. Oh, wait a second. If I open the app folder, you'll see that there are these folders that I created, controller, core, and so on. But this is a security risk. In case somebody was able to open our folder, they can copy our code. So to avoid that, let's go to app, create a new file in there, and put the following text: options, like that, minus indexes. So I'll zoom in so you can see it better, something like this. So if you go to this website, you see it says index of. So we're trying to tell it not to do this anymore, this index of thing. So let's save this and save it as .htaccess, no name, just .htaccess, and hit save. So once we do that, we're going to see that our security has gone up. Now if I refresh, it says access forbidden, so somebody cannot access our critical files in there, which is great. But if we go to our public folder, we see an empty page, because in our public folder there's actually an index page, so it goes directly to that empty index page. So let's close our htaccess. That's all we're going to need it for there. And now if I go to my index page, which is this one, I can put in my PHP tags, since this is actually PHP. And the first thing I'll do is write session start, so we can start our session there. Very important when you are dealing with a website that requires logging in and out. Okay, so from there, the next thing is I want to include this init file right here. So in order to include it, I'm going to say require. I'll actually require it like this. Now I have to go a folder up to the app folder, so I'll type ... like that, app, and then I'm going to say init.php, because that's where the file is. So everything in here is relative to the index page, because the index page is the only active page. The rest of the pages will simply be included inside the index page. So this is a one-page website, kind of. Right, so we've included our init file. Let's refresh to make sure that there are no errors, then everything went well. Now the reason I included the init file is because I want the init file to include every other important file that is needed. I didn't want to do it inside the index page, so I'll do it in the init. So here I'm going to require a few files. Now the files that I'm going to require will be inside core. So what will happen is, when you are developing this website, every time you add a file inside core, you have to include it in this init file, otherwise it won't be part of your website. So inside core here, so here we're going to put core, because all the files that we will be getting will be inside core. So the file that I want to create there is called app.php, so I'm going to need to require it there. So let's go inside core, create a new file, put some PHP tags, and this is going to be our main app. So it's inside core, it's app.php. Great. So this is actually a class, since we are going to use object-oriented programming. Okay, so we're going to be dealing with classes. So this one is a class of app, like this. Right. So if you don't understand classes, that's fine. I'll be explaining a few things as we go. However, a class is simply a collection of functions. That's all. So in this class, we're going to put a few functions, and that's it. But to activate a class, we do something like this. We assign it to a variable. The variable can be any name. We say is equal to new, and then the name of the class, which is app, like that. Or I could do this as well. All right. So this means I have created an instance of this class right here. Then I can go ahead and use that to call the functions that are in here. Okay, so we're going to cut this, and then I'm going to take it inside my index page like that. So I'm just going to say app is equal to new app, like this. So this variable doesn't really matter. It's just something we can assign the app to. We're not going to do anything with it. This is the end of the index page. Okay, won't put anything in there. So what's happening here is that when we load our website, we are creating a new instance of the app class, which is this one. So all the functionality will start from here. Okay, so if I refresh the page, I shouldn't see any errors. It means everything is good. All right, so great. We'll keep the init file on, since every time we add a file inside core, we have to add the file here as well. So let's close the index file, because now we've activated our app, and that's it. That's all we needed to do. Okay, so at this point, let's go to our app and give it some functionality, because right now it's simply an empty app. So to do that, we're going to create a function in here. Okay, now this function is called the constructor. So I'm going to write construct like so. Oops, trigger finger there. All right, so the construct class, the construct function runs automatically. You initialize this app, this will run immediately. If I name this function anything else like this, it won't run when this is instantiated in the index page. So once we do this, it means the instance, the constructor class will run immediately. We don't need to call it. So right now, if I echo something in here and say app class, then you're going to see that when I run the website, I'm going to see some text there saying app class. So we know everything is successful in here. Okay, so we're going to create one more function here. I'm going to call this function split URL, like this. Okay, so it's good to name these as public or private. So this one will be public, but this one will be private, because we won't use it outside of this class. All right, so that's what we have for now. Now, the reason we're doing this is we want to split our URL. Okay, now to begin with, because everything stems from the URL. When somebody accesses your website, they do so through the URL. So we'll get the URL and decide what to display to the user. So it's a good idea to start from the URL. So there, what we're going to do, what contains the URL is usually the get variable, like so. So what I want to do is say print readable, like so, print R, and then put that inside, put get in there. So if I refresh now, I'll see that get at this moment is an empty array. But if I put a question mark at the end and say a is equal to 1, something like this, you see that I'll have something in my array right now. Okay. However, the thing is this, we don't want to use this format of URLs. We want clean URLs. A clean URL looks something like url.com/product/milk, something like this, you know, instead of the other format, which has a equals or q equals to or something like this. I think you get the point. So the problem here is that if we get this product milk, something like this, and try to paste it in our website, just at the end of public here, let me put something there like this, product milk, you see that it will tell me that object was not found. And that's because it's looking for a file inside a folder called product and milk. But we have to tell it that these are simply variables and we don't want it to look for a specific folder of that nature, especially if the folder doesn't exist, then it shouldn't do that. So to do this, we'll put an htaccess file in our public folder. So I'm going to right click in public folder and create a new file, and this will be an htaccess file. So we're going to put a few lines of code in here. So instead of me typing that stuff, I already did. So I'm simply going to copy and paste and explain what it's doing. So this is switching on the rewrite engine, of course, to give us some rewrite rules so that these rewrite rules can actually work. And so what this is saying is that this is simply a regular expression, meaning beginning, end, and get everything in between. So it's saying anything the user types up there, send it to the index page. Okay, and once you send it to the index page, put a get variable called URL, and then put everything, all that remaining stuff, into the URL. Okay, and then here it's saying ignore if a file actually exists, then access that file. If a folder exists, then access that folder. So once we put that, you can pause the video and copy this code. Then I'm going to save this inside the index page and say .htaccess. Okay, great. So let's close that htaccess file as well. Now if I go back and try to refresh the page, instead of object not found, I'm going to get this. Now if you notice the URL, this extra stuff has been shoved into this URL variable as we told it to do, and that's milk there. So if, for example, in the htaccess, instead of URL I had said something like that, then if I come here and refresh, you see that it's saved inside something. Okay, so that's what that does. Okay, so now that we have the content that we need, we can get it from there. So what I need, the idea here is, for example, if I am accessing, if somebody wants a product, this product is going to be the page. Usually that's what happens. So when you're accessing a product, this will be the product page, and then you're looking for a type of milk, and then it could have a number like milk number 5, something like this. Okay, so what we'll do is we're going to split this URL so we can get these individual components and use them to access a particular page and particular content. So to do that, that's why we're going to split the URL here. So here I'm just going to say, let me move this down into here, and for here I'm going to say URL is equal to split URL. I'm calling that function right there, and that's it. So the result of this will go in there. Now, since we are inside a class, to call a function that's inside the class, we use this keyword like this. So this split there. And then here we're just going to return a value. We're going to say return this value, URL, but we want to use a function called explode. Okay, now explode will convert a string into an array using a specific character like this one. So I want it to be split between these characters here. So that's why I'm using this character here. And the string is this one right here. So we'll put it there. Okay, great. So now if I can print readable this, you will see that I get that. So now there are memory locations here. Each one is inside a different thing, which is good, but I don't like seeing things like this. So arrays, it's much easier if I look at it from this kind of, let me add some pre-tags. sorry about that. So I'm going to add some pre-tags just to make it look more readable, more human readable. So if I refresh, this is what you see instead. So you can see the things have been separated into an array. So for me to not do this all the time, I'm going to create a function that will be doing this for me. So inside core, I'm going to add another file, new file, and save this one. This one is going to be called functions.php. So if you have a one-off function that you want to create to use in your software, in your website, you just put it in here. So PHP, like so, and then I'm going to create a function. I'm going to name it show, and then I'll say stuff, like that, and paste that like this. So I'll copy stuff and put it here. I just like seeing arrays displayed like this. It's easier to tell a problem. So this function, as I mentioned before, is inside the core folder. So because it's in there, we have to go inside init and actually add it there. So we're going to say functions, like that. Oh, I think that was a mistake. So let me copy that. Undo. I was supposed to put it there. Okay, so inside core functions. So now I can use it in my app. I can simply say show here, because that's the name of the function. Then I don't need to have these guys here. Okay, so I don't see a difference. Great. Okay, so now that we've split, we have a few problems here. If I add extra slashes at the end, you see that I get an extra space here, which I don't need, because that it's also splitting that one as well. So to avoid that, at the end here, this get variable, I'm going to trim it. So trim, what trim does, it removes spaces. However, you can put a comma here and specify exactly what you want to trim. So I'm going to trim that instead. So if I do this and refresh, I have a syntax error. Okay, what did I do wrong? Okay, I'm missing a bracket here, like so. So now you see the empty space has disappeared, even though there's those extra stuff there. Okay, that's good. So once we've split our URL like this, now the next thing we need to do is find, because the general rule is that the first item is going to represent a class name that we're going to access, and then the second one is going to represent a method or a function. So just the way this class is, this is a class and this is a method. A function is a method inside a class. So what we are telling it to do is that find a class name inside our application here named product. Okay, so find that class name. Once you find the class, then run a method inside the class. That method will be called milk. Okay, so this is how the thing is going to run. So for us to, it's going to be looking for those classes inside controller. So inside controllers, that's where we're going to have a controller like that. So in controller, I'm going to create a new file and save it as home.php. Just use small letters here for the file names. It's much easier to remember. And then inside here, let's put some PHP tags. So we're going to create a default class so that in case the user doesn't provide any information at the top, they simply access our website, we still have a default class that we can run. And this class is going to be called home. So a capital home there, open, close, like that. So this is a controller because it's inside controllers. However, it's a class, but it's a controller. And then we need a default method as well, because as you can see, it's looking for two things, the class name and the method. So let's create a default method, and we're going to call this one index. Okay, so if nothing is provided, this class will run and this method will run. Okay, so here I'm going to just echo something just so we can see that it will come from here. I'm going to say home page index method. like this. Okay, so this will be the controller for the home page and the index method right there. So if anyway, let's I'll explain a few things later. So now if we go back to app, we need a way to call to check inside controllers if the current controller exists. But in case it doesn't, we need to have some default values. So we're going to create some protected variables here. Don't worry about what protected means. It's just private, because there are two types. It's public and private. So I'm simply saying somebody should not be able to access this variable from outside this function, just the way I did for private. But because we're going to be extending these, actually it doesn't make sense. I'm just going to say private, actually, because we won't leave this this class at all. So I'm just going to say controller, private controller is equal to home. So this will be the default controller that we have. So let me do that, and let's create a default method as well, so which is index. So we're creating these two because our home page has these two as well, the home and the index. So we want it to access those in case it doesn't find what it's looking for. Then let's create one more thing here called params, just to save some, this will be an array that saves some variables. In case there are some extra variables here, like for example, we are looking for product and milk, and anything after that, we can have more variables here. All those variables will be collected, the remaining ones, and put inside params. So to start with, I'm going to set it to an empty array like this. Okay, so great. Now at this point, we want to look for a controller. So this controller is supposed to be in the first memory location of URL, which is this one, location 0. Okay, so let's find that file. Let's try to find it. So we're going to say if file exists. So what file are we looking for? Now, please remember that everything is in reference to the home, the index page here. So if I want to include a file in here, I have to start from the index page, the same way we did our inclusions here. Okay, so we're going to do something similar like this. So I'll copy this and come back here and simply paste it in there, just as a starting point. So if the file exists, but we're looking for it in controllers, so and the file name we're looking for, we don't know yet because this is going to be a variable, right? So let's put some space here, and then we'll put that. So this will represent the file name, but sometimes people write capital letters and small letters. So I'm going to say string to lower, just to make sure that it ends up as small letters regardless what the person has typed in the URL, like that. Okay. So that's the question there, string to lower, there we go. So if file exists, I'm missing one more bracket here. So if this file exists, then it means the controller exists. So what do? We set this, we remove the default value and set it to whatever this is. So we're going to say controller here. Now for it to know that we are referring to that one, we'll put this at the beginning and an arrow like this. So this controller is equal to whatever this is. So I'll maintain the small letters there. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll remove it from the array by saying unset, like that. Now the reason we're removing it from the array is because we want to remain with only those extra variables that will come down here. For example, if we had for here something like this, oops, oh, I forgot that I removed that show function here. Anyway, we're going to see it. So we're removing these items one by one. So once it's set, we change it to that, whatever the, let's say it's product, so this will be replaced, we'll change to product. And then let's look for a method as well, just to be sure. So here we go. And then now if it exists, this this thing, let's activate it. So let me copy that whole part here and require the file. So I'm going to say require that file right there. So whatever that file is, require it. Now, instead of using this, I'll use this controller at this point. Now, the reason I'm doing that is because in case we don't find anything here, this will not be set. So we're going to, but that will still be set. So we use that. And then if this was found, we would have replaced that. So it will still work out there. And then what we do is let's create an instance of this. The same way we did a is equal to new app the other time. But now we're going to do it to whatever the class, whichever class it is that was selected. But since we don't know it, we're going to have to deal with variables here. So I'm going to say this controller will be equal to new this controller, like so. Okay, so we've instantiated the controller right now. So this is now a class. It's not just some text, it's now a class. So what I want to do is look for a method now. I'm going to say if is set, if the second variable is set in URL, okay, that will be the one we use to look for a method. If this one is set, let's continue. Okay, so we're going to say if method exists. So we're going to look for the method. So it's asking for an object here. So the object is a class. Class is the same as object. So we're going to tell it that look inside the controller. That's the class we want to look at. And then we're looking for whatever method it is that the user has supplied to us. Boom, like so. Okay. So if the function here returns true, if this is true, then it means the controller, the method exists. So in this case, for example, if we are in the home class, this will be activated. And then we're going to check, does the index controller exist? If it does, then that's true. So we're going to run it immediately. Okay. So let me come back here. And then at this point now, since the method exists, we will unset this particular value as we have done with the other one. So instead of is set, we will say unset. So that it's removed from the array. And then we're going to set this method to whatever this method is. So I will say this method is equal to, we'll set it to that. Great. This is awesome. And then we'll unset it from there. So the reason we're unsetting now, so let me show you what is remaining here at this point. So I'm going to say show what's inside URL like this. So I'll refresh now. So first of all, we're looking for product class, which we don't have, so it didn't find it. We're also looking for the milk method, which wasn't found, and so everything remains the same. However, if we put some things that are actually there, because we know that we have a home class with an index method, so let's try that. So here I'm just going to say home/index, and you're going to see that everything is now empty because those have been taken, because they do exist. But if I had said at the end here 5, 4, 6, whatever variables are there, you see that these have remained, but the first two are gone. 0 and 1 are gone because they were actually found. If I alter them a little bit like this, you see that they are not found, so they do not run that way. Okay, so this is the router that we are creating. This one is responsible for selecting which controller is going to run for our website at that time. Okay, now let's see, since we found these, what we want to tell it is to run this very thing. So tell it to run so that we can see that it's running and it can echo that. So let me come to the app here. Oh, and by the way, before we do that, we're supposed to sanitize this get variable, because people can type in malicious code in there and we wouldn't know, we would get hacked that way. So before trimming this whole trimmed thing, trim ends there, I'm going to put it inside some more brackets like so, and then put a function called filter underscore var. So this filter will filter any variables there. Then we can pass in a flag to tell it how to filter this, and we're going to say filter sanitize URL. So you can Google filter var to see more of what it actually does. It's there on php.net. You can find explanations for anything in PHP. All right, so at this point, we want now to run the class and method. So in case they were found, we'll run them. If we didn't find them, we'll run these. So great. So at this point, I'm going to say, first of all, there's some remaining, as you can see here. These variables are remaining after removing the other two, but they start at 2, 3, 4. I want them to start at 0, 1, 2. So I'm going to easily do that by saying there's a function called array values, like that. So array values will copy all the values from one array and return another array. So I can show you what's in there now. So by doing that, all I've done is reset them to 0, 1, 2. Sorry. Okay, undefined offset 1 on line 33. Where is this? Oh, there shouldn't be an offset here at all. It should just be URL. So refresh, and there we go. So it's now 0, 1, 2, which is what I wanted. And then these guys, I'm going to set them to this params, which is right there, because they are the remaining variables. So I'm just going to say this params is equal to, but remove the $sign there, is equal to array values, that, like so. Okay, great. So now we're going to have a function that actually can run a class and a method at the same time. So this function is called what is it called? Core user func array. That's the one I want. Okay. So here it's asking me for any parameters that I want to pass into there. So gladly I will pass these characters in there. Put a semicolon at the end, and then it's asking for the function to run. Now instead of running a function, I want to run a class and a method. So a class and a function. That's why I've selected this version with array, so I can pass in an array here. So the array will contain two variables. It's going to contain the controller, so I'm going to get the controller, whatever this controller is, comma. The second one will contain the method, so I'll get this method and put it there. Okay, so at this point what we've created is a router. So this thing will get whatever is in the URL and run a specific class name with a specific function inside. So once we've reached this point, we are done with this class and we can actually close it. Okay, now to be sure that it's actually working, I need to just refresh the page now, and there we go. Home page index method, which is this. So this is running successfully. Very good. So regardless what we type at the top here, we'll get this because this is the only class we have. All right. So now what we want to do, before I undo that, is to create this is a controller. This home controller is a controller in here, but we want to create a mother controller. The main controller. The reason we're doing that is because each of these controllers is going to have different functions. So not every controller will have function index, and so on, but there's some functionality which is common between all of them. For example, the controller displays a view to the user. So in here we can do something like this. Let's say function view, like this. Okay, and we add a view in there. So what this function simply does is it reads from the views here. It's going to read and try to display that page. So here we know that this is the index page, so it's going to try and find that page. Now to do that is simple. Let me come back to my app here. I want to copy something, this part here which says if file exists, and that's all I needed. So here, if file exists, so it needs to look for a particular file. Now the file will be found in views. So let's change this one to views, like this. So if file exists, app, views, and then instead of this here, we don't need this string to lower because you will be typing these personally. And then we're going to put whatever view the user, whatever view you had supplied here, like so, .php. Great. So if the file exists, the only thing we need to do is include it. So we're just going to say include the file. Include this very path here. So copy that and just paste it here. And that's it. Okay. So in here, when the index function is activated automatically here, what I can do is simply say this view, like this. So I'm calling this function here inside this one. So I'm saying this view, and then I'll specify my view in here. So it already has that. The only part I need to fill in is here. So inside views, there should be a file name in there with a PHP extension. So here I'm just going to say home. That's it. It will be the home page. So just say home. But that view doesn't exist, so we won't see anything. Syntax error. On line 14. Where is that? What mistake have I made? Include. Wrong spelling. Include. It should be like that. Okay, great. So it wasn't found, so it hasn't said anything. But let's put an else statement here. Just in case it's not found, we can put in the 404 page not found. So I'll remove this view part and just going to say 404. So what we need to do now is create a few views so we can try to see something here. So inside views here, the views folder, I'm going to right click and create a new file, and I'm going to say this is the 404 page, and then save it. Inside there, I'm just going to save it as 404.php. So if now I come back here and refresh, you see that this is the 404 page. That's because the actual page we are looking for, we didn't find it, which is inside the home controller. So we didn't find this, so we went for the 404. However, if I create inside views, I create a new file, and this is the home page, right? Save that, and I'm going to call it home.php. So the names of the files in here don't really matter because you specify their names right here. Whatever view you want to show, you can specify the name right there. So I've specified that it's home. That's why I've saved it as home. So now, since I have made the page, if I refresh, it will say this is the home page, just like that. This is how you display views in there. Now, if for example I want to create a new page, so let's say this is the home page, I want the About Us page, right? I'm just going to go to controllers and create a new file, save it in there, and this I'll name about.php. So this will be the about page. So if I go to home, I can easily copy what's in here because most of it is the same, and then I'll paste it in here. The only thing is I'll change the class name to about, and I'll leave the index here because this is the default function. Okay, and then here I'll tell it to look for the about page as a view. So inside views, I will create an about page as well. Say this is an about page and save it as about.php. All right, so now if I go to my browser here, first of all, if I don't type anything at the top there, I just go to the website itself. Ooh, so it's telling me that URL is undefined inside app.php. So let's go back to the core app.php, and this error is on line 39. So let's go to line 39 here. Okay, so what we're going to do is let's change things a little bit here. I'm duplicate this line, remove the return, and I'm just going to say URL is equal to. Now at this point, I want to set a default value to URL because it's saying it's not found. Remember in the htaccess, we told it to shove everything after everything after this part into the variable URL, right? But if there's nothing, then it will have nothing to show, so it becomes empty. So this is what it's complaining about. So at this point, what I want to do is put an if statement. So I just need to copy that and come here. So I can say if it's empty, assign a default value of home or something like that. So, but I can use that if statement, that one-liner if statement. So I'm going to tell it and say URL is equal to, so I'll put a condition here. So this is the condition. The condition is if is set. So that's the condition. If this is set, then put a question mark there. If this is true, assign URL to this one and then put a full colon. If it's not true, assign the word home there so that home is always the default. So if there's nothing in there in URL, just assign this string there. Okay, great. This should make the error disappear. Oh, sorry, I should get this URL here and put that one there instead of all this. Boop. Okay, great. So this is the home page, right? Now, if I go here and just type about, this is the 404 page. Ooh. So why do we have a 404 if we do have, so let me close this app.php. Let me go to the home controller. That's where the problem should be. Let me go to the about controller. So it's about and index class about. Okay. All right, so this is very strange that so it means it did find this, but it didn't find the view. So the view is views about.php. So let me come back here and check in views. Okay, so this is where the problem is. Then the file name was wrong, so remove the n. There we go. So this is the about page. So if I come back here and type home, this is the home page. So this is how you create pages. So I can add as many pages as I want as long as I add a controller and a view for it. That's it. So let's clean up a little bit. And for example, here, if I come to the home controller, so this is a different class. So there are two controllers in here. There's the home controller and about controller, right? Now, if you notice, they both have this function view there. And this one, home controller, also has this function view. So imagine if I have 20 of these controllers, maybe 20 pages and 20 controllers there. They're all going to repeat the same data, which becomes redundant. And if for some reason I want to adjust this function, it's going to be a pain in the butt because I have to go through all the pages and adjust the function. So this is not great programming. So instead, what we will do is we're going to go in the core section here and create a new file and save this one. This one will be the main controller. So I'll say controller.php and save inside core. And then we'll put our PHP tags and then create the class named controller like this. Okay. Now in this controller, this is where we're going to put functionality for controllers that is found in all the controllers. So for example, in home, this is the function. I'll remove this function here. Okay. And then go to the main controller and paste it there. So then I'll go to the about section and remove the same function from there because I don't need it. Now the only thing I need to do is I need to give access to these classes. These classes should still have access to this function, right? So in here, what I'll do is I'll just go to the home controller. So every time I create a new controller here for a page, I have to say extends controller. So once I do this, once I say extends controller, it means I'm extending the functionality of controller. So which means I'll have access to this function as well. So this function can be code protected like this, which will still work. Okay, so let me come back here and do the extension here as well. So in about, there's an extension, and let me do the same. Oh, in home, and then let me do the same here. So I'm extending that so I can still access this, which is good. Now, as I mentioned before, every time you add a file in core, you must add it to the init. Where is the init? There we go. So it must be added here. So from here, I'm just going to say controller .php. Okay, so we've added it to the initializer, so it's going to be available for doing this. So the controller will have one more function which allows us to load a model, because we haven't created any models here. Now models are simply classes. So for example, if somebody has a class which edits an image, let's say it's a class that for example, I have a few classes that crop images which I've made before. So all those classes, you put them in the models here, and then you have a controller initialize that model so that you can use that class for something in here. So to do that, we'll create a function here that will do just that. So I'll duplicate this and simply call this function load model. So what this will be doing is just loading classes, the classes that you need, so we can use them. So I'll say model here. So it's the same process if file exists, only that this time I'm looking for it, instead of in views, I'm looking for it in models. Models. So if file exists, this should change to model because that's the word we are using there. Now there's no 404 for this. If it doesn't exist, we just ignore it. Or actually what we can do is we can return false, a false value, just so we can check for that. And so once we include the file, we can instantiate it. So to instantiate the class, we're just going to assign it to a variable like model, the same one. Model is equal to new new model. Because that's the name of the model here. So let's say, for example, I have a class that crops images. I'm going to call it image crop. So I'll put that word here, image crop, and then the file name will be the same as the class name. So it will find it there, and then it's going to load the file. And then since the file name and the class name are the same, it's simply going to use the same words and create a new thing here. So we can just say return. We return this. So we're going to return this, or we're going to return false. Okay, so this function will be required by every controller. That's why we're putting it here. So every time you think of a functionality that will be required by all controllers, you put it in here so that all these extending controllers can have access to that. Okay, so let's give it a test run here. Let me try and put in a model here, for example. So I have a few classes here that I made before. So for example, I have this class, the image class right here. So I'm going to copy this file. Now, if you look in the link in the description, you get a zip folder that has all these files that I'm using in here. So it must be there as well. So let me copy that. But just in case it's not, I'm going to open it up so that you can go through it. And so I will go to htdocs, minima, app, models, and I'll paste it in here. So this is image class.php. So I've made sure that the file name is the same as the class name itself. All right. So this is what is contained in this class. Now this class, what it does is it crops images. Now I have a link in the description to tutorials that show you how this class works and how to create it step by step. So the only thing it's doing here, it's getting an image and checking its orientation here. And then we come down here where, what's all this? Let me make sure I fit all the code in one page. Like this. So yes, here it's making calculations to see how well to resize it. Then it's going to crop the image. Okay, so this first function crops an image, and this second one just resizes the image. So this is a resizing function. And then the function that I really want is get thumbnail. So this get thumbnail uses the first two functions to generate a thumbnail. So because this is a website with thumbnails here, so we're going to need that because people are not going to upload images that are square like this. So we will need to crop these images to make them more appealing so they can line up like this. So for that, this is what the class will be doing. But however, the class is available in the link, so you can still download it. So I'll scroll up one more time just to make sure if you missed something, in case you are typing the text in here, you can still recreate this class on your own because it's a critical part of this tutorial. Okay. Pause the video as required until you copy the text. All right, so that's the thing. So this one, if I want to use this class now, what I will do is right here before the view in the function index, I'm going to say something like image underscore class is equal to this load model. Or you can call it load class if that makes more sense to you. So the class name I'm going to put in there, which is image class. Like this. So if there's something wrong, I'm going to see an error here. So let's go to the home page, refresh. So since I'm not seeing an error, then it means everything is worked out well. So this managed to actually load. I can check to see if it's correct, if it's actually an object that was returned by saying show image class like this. And so it's an object, so it actually worked out, which is great. So all the classes you put inside models, this is how you load them here, and then you can utilize them before they go here. Now there's one more thing I've almost forgot. Here in index page. So for example, we had said if I type in the home page here, home, and then I go here and type something like home, let's say product milk 5, something like this. So these extra variables here are being sent into the index method here by, let's go back to app.php. If you remember, there's this params here we had created. So when we run the function using this, we are telling it to run the method that was given and then supply these parameters. So let me close that again. So now if there are 3, like in here there are 3 parameters, there's product, there's milk, and there's 5, then they will be available here. I can access them by simply adding variables here, like so. So ABC, just like that. So I can decide to show them here. I'll show A, what is inside A, what is inside B, and what is inside C. So if I come back here and do this, you see that those items are here, product, milk, 5. So you can use this for database connections and all that stuff. Okay, great. So that. Now the problem is, if you remove, let's say I remove one here, then I get this error. It's saying too few arguments to the function. So it's saying that the app supplied fewer arguments than I was expecting here. So there are only 2, but I'm expecting 3. So the best thing to do is to add default values like so. Maybe you put an empty value, or you put false or true, or whatever the default value you want it to be. That way, even if the variables are less, it's not going to throw an error like this. So every time you put these variables in here, give them a default value. Even the first one should have a default value, because sometimes there will be nothing here and then you will get an error. Okay, unless you put equal to empty on all of them like this, and then the error will disappear. Then you can use them when they are available. Okay, great. Now usually in other frameworks, this is the part where they say page is equal to something like this, and then sometimes page name will be equal to something. So if I come here and just put that there, you see that page name there, it's empty. If I go back, the page name is product there. Okay, so these are some of the ways to do this. So one more thing, there's what else did you mean? Oh, the database connection. So we're going to put provision for a database connection, because we will need a database. So what I will do is go to core and create a new file and save it. I'm going to call this one database. Now, since I've put this file inside core, as usual, I will go to the init and then add it here. So database .php, like so. Done. So this one will be a class. This is the final class we'll add. So after adding this part here, you can save this whole system as a complete website, because it will have everything. Oh, there's one more file we have to add in here. Sorry, this one is class database. Like swoops, like so. Great. So one more file we have to add inside core. That's a new file, and this one is let me save this. This one is going to be config.php. So all the configurations that you need for your website, you add them here. And so as usual, I'll go to init and actually add the config. Config usually comes at the top. Config, like so, and then close that, so that it's added to the website. So let me go to config. So in config, you're going to put some constants in here, like for example, define, because that's how you create a constant. For example, the website name underscore name. You can give it any name you want. So this one will be my website. So these are just constants you can use. Now, the reason we define constants instead of variables is because a constant scope is wide. So I can use this constant anywhere in my, whether inside a class, outside, whatever it is, it has a global scope. So that's why we like to use constants like this. Now, there are a few more things that I want to add for constants. So I have created a whole file here to do that. So I'm simply going to copy everything here and explain what this is. So you can copy it. You can copy the text here. However, all these files will be available when you download the package that is in the description. So here, this is the website title. I've named it the default my website, and these are database variables. So when you have a database, you're going to fill in these these variables here. For example, the DB name, the username, and the password here, and your host name there. So for now, we will leave these as they are. And then what protocol you are using. If you want to use HTTPS, you just add an S at the end there. That will change the protocol. And then there are some paths here. So this one is telling you what the root folder is. So root contains the path to the public folder, this one right here. Then assets contains the path to the public assets folder, as you can see here. So all this part here, what it's doing is simply checking to see what the server name is, and then what the folder that contains this file is. That's what this one does. So combine those two, you get something, but yet you subtract the document root, the folder name of the document root, and what you end up with is the path to the root and the path to your assets. Now these are very important for a system like this, as you will see later on once we start adding things like images to the template. And then this is the debug section. So this one is debug. If you set it to true, it's going to show errors in case there are errors. If you set it to false, it's going to not show errors. So you set it to false when you are finally ready to deploy your website. Set that to false. And that's about it. So I just need to create provision for this debug right here. So let me get debug here. So let's go to the index page here and put an if statement. So everything there comes after this. So at this point, I'm just going to say, actually this isn't supposed to, because if there's an error in these files, then we are going to have a problem. So right here on debug, let's go to config. Where is this config? Yes. Since config comes first, I think we should do it right here. So I'm just going to say if debug, something like that, and we're going to say ini set display errors, and this will be set to, if debug is true, display errors, just like that. And then else statement, this one will be 0. So that's what this is all for. So just put true or false here, depending on what you want here. Okay, so this is it for our debug file. So at this point, what we have created here is a fully fledged website. So at this point, you can actually save this, and then next time you need to create a website, you just go in and copy this whole folder, and that way you don't need to start from scratch. Okay, but if you want to wait, you can add some database stuff here. So class database, let's actually add some functionality in there before we can proceed. So in DB, I'm going to have a private function here called DB connect, like so. So you can save this as a website once we deal with the DB reading and stuff. So this is DB connect, and then we'll have one that is public. Okay, this other function is going to be read, this other function is going to be write. So it's going to be that simple for the DB. So we're just going to connect, and sometimes we read, sometimes we write. And inside here, we're going to put a query. But then we're going to be using prepared statements. So here I'm going to put something called data and set it to an empty array, just in case if it wasn't supplied, then it won't throw an error. Okay, so to use prepared statements, but before we do that, let's make a DB connection here. So I'm just going to say try, we'll use a try catch, like that. Okay, so this will be a PDO exception. So it's PDO exception, something like this. And then if there's an exception, we just want to close everything down, say die e message, because usually such a thing is catastrophic. So actually it's get message, I think, if I'm not mistaken, like so. So it will display a message there. And then if everything is okay, we're just going to assign a variable called db is equal to new PDO. Now the reason we're using a PDO connection is because in case, if we go back to debug, where is debug? In case you're using a different kind of, that should be in core. If you're using a different type of DB, you can still connect, like a Postgres DB or something. You can change that there, and then it will update accordingly. Okay, so we need to create a string here we can use. So the string will be something like, what will this be? So the database type first will be MySQL, like this. So you put a full colon there, and then you say host. What is your host name? That's localhost, like that. Then a semicolon, and then you say db name is equal to, so the database name, we don't have a database name yet, but we may call it MVC. Let's use the name of this project, which is minima underscore db, then a semicolon again, like this. So localhost minima db, something like this. And then let's add the string inside here, but then we have to put a user and then a password. So the password is empty, the username is root. All right, so now this is just for us to test, because instead I'm going to put the values that are inside config here, so that you change them from here and don't need to go into the DB, okay, the DB class. So at this point, we can run this and see if it actually works. So at this point, once this runs, I'm just going to say show whatever DB is. So if it's a PDO object, then we know the connection went through. So to do that, we're just going to instantiate the database class, and I will do that inside a controller of the home page. Just here, I'm just going to say db is equal to what will I say? Where is the database here? Okay, so new db and then db connect. So say db is equal to new database, like this. So this is how you'll be reading from the database, and then db connect, like this. Actually, I named it db connect, but we've set it as a private function, so it will throw an error. So for now, I'll just name it public for testing purposes. Then we're going to go back to private, because this will only be accessed by these two. So that's why we put it as private. But for now, for testing purposes, let's do that. So uncaught PDO exception, unknown database minima. So if this were gotten here, then things are actually working out. So let me go to localhost PHP admin to create that database, so that we don't have that kind of error. So here I will say new, and I will say minima underscore db, and let's create that. Okay, so I've created the DB, so that error should disappear now. Okay, so we have a PDO object, which means we've successfully connected. Now let me go back to config and get these guys here to replace this here. So I'll say the DB type is DB type, like that. So I'll remove the MySQL, come back to config, and we get DB name. Let's go back here. DB name, where are you? There we go. So at this point I will put that and put it in between there. Okay, DB name, and then DB user. The DB user is here. The DB password is here. And what else? The host name, which is this one here. So I'll put like so. So let me come back and try it again. Unknown database MVC. Okay, that's because we have a different database name here, so it should be minima DB, something like this, and refresh. Good. So everything is working now, so you don't need to, you just change your variables here, and then the database will respond as normal. And so we will try to read some stuff from the database just to see. Since this is working here, I'm going to create the read database. So just going to read a query from here. So I'm going to say db is equal to this db connect here. So this db connect. So once we make the connection, now we can say db where is this? DB prepare. Let's put the query in there because we'll be using prepared statements. So for those of you that don't know prepared statements, it's just a way to avoid being hacked, because we'll put the variables in our query in a separate place and the statement itself in a separate place. Okay, so here we're going to have statement is equal to db prepare. So then now we can say check, just to see if things are working well, check statement execute, and then we're going to put whatever data is in there, an array of data in there, so that they can be executed together with it. And then if check is correct, if check is true, let's do that, else return false, or else we're going to return the data. So I'm going to say data is equal to statement fetch all. Now I want these to be fetched as a PDO object. I think I should put fetch like that, fetch object, PDO fetch object, right, something like this. And yeah, actually this would just be return. Yeah, something like this. This should actually work. Now the thing is, sometimes we will not supply some data. Maybe we are just saying a query like select all from images. So select all from images doesn't contain any variables. So in that case, we want to use a different method. So I'm just going to check here and say if count, so which means the number of items in this array, if the count is less than 1, okay, if the count is less than 1, which means there's no, it's 0. Or I can just say explicitly, if count is equal to 0, Then here we do something else. We say db query, like so. So here we will say, how would we say here? Statement is equal to, yeah, something like this. Statement is equal to db query. And but we need check, execute. So we'll do an else statement here. Let me move these guys over there, like so. So we'll go one way or the other. So if it's 0, let's do this. If not, now the problem is I have check here and I have statement here. So I may need to do something like, let's say set check is equal to 0, so that I just have check, so that this doesn't throw an error regardless. So say if statement, then check is equal to 1. Okay, so if the statement went well, then check will be 1, so that we have either way, even if it passes here or there, we have this variable here, so that we can still run it like this. Okay, so this works both ways, I hope. We'll test it later. So let me come here and copy that. Copy all this. We'll do the same thing when writing. So write exactly the same thing. The only difference is that this time we are not returning anything. So we're just going to say return true here. That's it. Okay, prepare. Okay, so this seems fine. So we can do a quick test run here. Let me go back to the home controller. Now, instead of going db connect, we're just going to say read. That's all, because it connects automatically by itself. So here we're going to say show whatever is read in the db. But let's provide a query in here. So I'm just going to say select all from images. Select all from images. So let's go and create an images table inside here. Structure, this is the one. Create table, images. This is just a test. We'll delete this table just for us to see something. ID image. That should be enough. Let me just save. Okay, have I actually saved anything? No. Okay, so here let's put a variable character of 100 or even 10. That's fine. Auto increment, primary key, and then save. Okay, so I can go to insert and just add a few records. So here I'm just going to say this is an image 1, and then here this is an image 2. All right, so there we are. So if I come back now to here, I should call to member function prepare or no. Okay, so we have an error. Where is this error? On page 23. So at this point I just want to do some error debugging. So let me see what it will show there. It's saying this is no, because we're calling prepare on a no. But so which means this didn't return a value, did it? So let's go to db connect and see what it's written. Oh, my bad. So I'm supposed to put a return here. Great. This should sort out the problem now. Okay, let's come back here. Oh, there we go. So this is how we retrieve information from the database. So you see here image, this is image 1, this is image, this is the data from the database here. If you go to browse, yeah, this is image 1, this is image. So if you notice here, what it's returning is an array containing objects. So this is an array of object 1, 2, and then inside this array there is an object here. So if, for example, I want to access this thing here, so it's going to be 0, but then this is an object, so it's going to be image with an arrow. But let me show you that just now. Home controller. So instead I want it to, let me assign this to a result like this, which usually this will be data. So data. So now I want it to show me show data 0, which is the first item, and then in there image, like so, because that's how you access objects. And there you go, this is an image 1. So this is how you do it. So now the thing is, one more thing that's remaining is we need a way to send data to the view. So if we are opening a view like the home page at this point, let me refresh, this is the home page, there's no data coming to the home page. So the way I have retrieved data from the database here, if I wanted to transfer this data into home, I have to put this variable at the end here like this, okay? But this will not allow because the view function inside the original controller in core doesn't have provision for that. So at view here, what we will do is put a comma and put data. Now it's not always that we'll supply data. So what we'll do is I'm going to set this to an empty array as usual, so that in case it's not there, it won't throw an error. So since we have this data here, any file we include here will automatically have this variable to work with here. Okay, so that's how we'll be able to transfer data. So for example, if I want to set the page title, this is the home controller, I'm going to say, so here instead of setting data to this whole thing, I'm just going to say data result or something like this. I can put anything there so that I send an array in here and not just one item, so that I can also say something like data page title, no spaces in there, page title is equal to a page title, like this. So once I do this, this data is available in there. So I can go to the home page in views, which is here. If I go to the home page, and if I want to put a title here, I can put some HTML like this, and the title there, I will use my PHP tags like this and echo data. What did I name it? I've forgotten completely. It's data page title. So let me go to the home page. Where is the home page? There we go. There we go. And then I close my tags like this. So if we come back here, you see that in the title there's just the file name. But if I refresh now, you see a page title. So this is how we send data to the HTML, so that at this point we don't do any coding or any logic, we just echo things out. Now to echo things, sometimes you can echo them like this. Just put an equal sign there, like this. It's the same thing. So if I go here and do that, you see that it still works. So this is how we do the templating, and we'll do a lot of this when we start manipulating the template. So at this point I would delete this and then go to the home controller, and then I would delete all this. So page title is equal to home there. I'll leave that one there like this. and I can do the same thing for the about section, and then change this to about, just that here I'll put a capital letter, so that when I go to the about page as well, I just say about. I haven't put the title, but I'll have the data in here as well. Okay, so at this point now you can finally save this as a working system, so that when you want to make a website, you will start from this point. So the next time you want to make a website, what I'll be teaching for the rest of the tutorial, this is the only part you need to do. Everything I've taught up to now, once you've done that, that's it. You don't need to do it again. So let's edit the template now. So at this point, close all your files and go to the htdocs folder, and then copy the whole folder here. This is the folder that contains everything in here, the minima folder. So just copy this folder and paste it here or somewhere else. So the next time you want to create a website, you copy this folder, paste it in here and rename it and all that. That way you don't have to start from scratch. So if you've reached this point, congratulations, you've created your very own framework. So from now on, you use this to create websites. So now let me go in here and let's see how we can actually add our template to our framework. So let me go up here and let's come to templates. This is where I've stored my templates. It came inside a zip folder, so I extracted it to here. So now copy the entire folder here, copy folder. Let's go to our framework here, and then inside public, no, actually not inside public, let's go to the app views. So in here, inside views, you paste the folder and then give it a shorter name, something we can easily relate to. So I'm going to say minima, since it's the name that we are using. So inside here, if you open, you see that there are a couple of HTML files here. So if I drag and drop here into my browser, this is what I see. So great, this is our template. Very nice. Let me go back. We have to use our localhost now to load this. So let me go back and do a couple of things in here. So first of all, we will have some PHP in these files. So let's rename all of them to .php. Okay, so no HTML here, since we will have dynamic data in there. But the ones that don't have dynamic data, no, actually you need to change all of them to PHP, because the thing that loads the view is looking for PHP files. Okay, so at this point now I can load my index page. So this is the index page. Now if you look at this, every page I open has the footer and the header, from there up to here, somewhere here. So what we can do is we can separate these into header and footer and so that. But before we do that, let me show you how you can actually load this page using your framework. So let me come here, and this is your framework here on the home page. So let's go to home. There we go. So this is the home page. So we want to replace this with a different home page. So to do that is very, very simple. Since we already have the home controller here, this is the home controller. This is the one responsible for selecting the view. So if I come to this, to my folder, I just need to find where my index page for my template is. And it's right here, it's inside views minima. So that's what I'll do here. So on the view, I'll just say minima, because that's a subfolder, and then index, like that. Do not put the PHP at the end, the file extension, just like that should be enough. So if I refresh now, you see that the page has actually loaded. The only problem is you see that our CSS hasn't loaded probably our JavaScript as well. So now this is because what is the reason? Oh yeah, the reason is because those files are inside the app section here, which is not accessible to the browser. So all those files like CSS, JavaScript should go in the assets folder, because that's the public folder there. So what we will do is we'll get all these folders that are in here and cut them out. We don't need them in here. So go to Minima, public, in assets, create another folder, same name. Where is this? Minima. The reason we're creating folders here because you can have several templates and you can just switch between them. Okay, so we've put them in here, right? So no change because we still can't find them. However, if you remember very well, when we go to the core and look at config, we have these two variables, root and assets. So since we are looking for assets now, this is the folder that we find them in. So I'm going to copy this assets folder and go to my index page and link everything to that. So here at this point, you can see there's a CSS file. So everything here must be linked to that. So I'm going to select everything here and put my PHP tags. Now we're going to use our templating format. Instead of putting PHP and then putting echo, we're just going to put an equal sign and paste the assets like that. And then I'll snap out of it with the closing tag like so. Now the thing is, this stuff is not directly in the assets folder. It's inside a folder we created because we added a subfolder in there, which is Minima. So let's put minima slash like so. Okay, so now I can simply copy all this up to this point so that everywhere where there's href source or something like this, I can paste this there. So it's a matter of going through this whole thing and replacing one by one. So let's try and see if just the CSS has come in. And lo and behold, you can see some CSS in here. Okay, this is great, but it still doesn't look right. So I'm sure there are a few files that are missing that we haven't loaded. So template. Okay, so these are links to other pages on the internet. All right, so all these sources for images like this, you do exactly the same thing. So I want to just get this here and copy it everywhere so that we can load some images. I'm just pressing Ctrl D here so that it can select all of them at once. And then what I will do is I'll click on the right side like this, move a few steps back to go back to the image there, so I can paste like so. Refresh, and there we have our images. So as you can see now, things are actually looking up. Okay, great. So now where are the fonts? I think there's some missing fonts in here because the fonts have changed. So let me come back here to the Minima thing, font. Okay, so the font is in here. So I'm guessing there's a link somewhere that I haven't added to the asset folder. So a quick way to run through them is to do a search. I'm going to search for source src equals, so that I see that every one of them has the assets thing at the beginning there. Okay, it's a painful process here. Okay, so there we go. So this at the very bottom, the JavaScript here doesn't have. So let's do that right here. Paste and refresh. Okay, much better. Things are looking much better, but still we don't have the font. It turns out my browser had simply cached everything, so it wasn't really a problem. It was still cached. All right, so we continue. So now we have our website here. Now, if I go to the about page, I type about here. I'm going to go to this page here. And if I type a page that does not exist, let's say good, you will see that I remain on the home page. So for as long as there's a controller for the word that is here, it's going to assume it's a page, like for example, the about page. About. Okay. So now to go to the actual about page, what we need to do is just look for the inside the folder here. This is the app folder, views. There's home, there's about, and there's 404. So we go to the about page, click here, come down here. So the about controller already exists. So this is the one right here. I just need to find the correct page. So what I will do is I'm going to say minima, because that's the page, and then that's the subfolder, and then that. So if I refresh now, oh, this is a 404 minima about. This is inside views, right? Okay, so it's actually about underscore us. Oh, it's actually a hyphen. So let's try that, and there we go. So we see it here as well, but it has the same problem because as previously mentioned, we have to put this assets thing there at the end. But what we can do is something even better. So we can create a header instead, because the header is the same throughout. So I'm going to create a new file. In fact, I'll just right click inside minima here, create a new file. No need to put it in a different folder. So what I would do is get all the header from the index.php. So including the body tag here, just come down here until all the navigation and up to where it says main here. We're going to cut everything and then I'm going to paste in here. So I'll save this as header.php. Okay, great. So then we come down here again. There's supposed to be a footer at the bottom. So this is footer right here. So I'm going to cut everything from footer to the very end. Cut that, then create a new file, paste, save this file as footer.php, hit save, save the index page. So now if I load my index page, you see that it too has lost all the styling, but not to fear. If I come to the same index page and go up here, now keep in mind that if I go to the home controller here, you see that the view is being rendered in here. So which means this function contains the whole page. So like this whole page here is contained within this function. So whatever functionality I have in here, I can still use it inside my page itself. So for example, this right here can be reused in my page. So I can do that by going to the index page, and then at the very top here I can do this. Now of course this is supposed to be a PHP, so I'll do PHP like that and then close it right there like so. So what I'm doing here is I'm simply loading in the header. So instead of index, I'm just going to tell it to load the header. So I'll cut that, copy that, come down here and do the same for the footer. So foot like so, and then refresh, and there you see everything is working fine. So again, my font is lost unless I remove that, or let me add a question mark at the end to remove the caching. Look at that. So I don't know why my browser is caching these things so much. It gets annoying sometimes. So now we have this. Now the advantage of doing it this way is because I have a header and footer now, I can simply go to the about page. Where is that about page? In views, about us right here. So I can do the same and just replace the top part here with that, and then go down and replace the bottom part, the footer, with that and write footer instead of header, like this. So if now let me refresh there and go to the About Us. Let's go to About. So it's About there. So now you can see things seem to work fine. Okay, only the images are missing because still in the middle here we still need to use the asset for the references. So let me go back here and get one of these, which is assets minima. Copy that and come to my About page. Where is that? About Us. So what I want to do is search for all the sources. So Control D to search everywhere, and then left arrow key and paste. Hopefully I haven't broken anything by doing that, so let me try. Okay, great. So you see everything seems to be working fine. I hope this is how it looked like. I have this other one for reference just to make a comparison. Okay, great. Seems like it's exactly the same. Okay, so everything is working. Same with the contact. If I want to put the Contact Us page here, so contact, oops, let me come back here where this is the original. So this is Contact Us, right? So in order to put a new page here, I have to figure out what would be the keyword. Oh, let me remove that. So I have to figure out what would be the keyword that I need at the top here in order to go to that page, the link. So in this case, it's contact. Okay, so what I would need to do is simply go to my controllers and create a new file in there. I don't have to type anything because I can just copy from the home controller and put it in the new file. Where is the new file? There, and then save this file as contact, like so, .php. Okay, then change the class name to contact, of course, contact, and same here, the page name is contact. I can put something like Contact Us for the page title. Yeah, and then I should refer to the actual file, which is about hyphen us, like that. So that's the file right there. So if I refresh now, I'm getting the actual file, contact, and so no, is this? No, this is not the file. Oh, I went to the this is the contact page. Okay, so I'm loading the About Us page. I don't know why, so I should go to contact instead. Contact, what was that? Contact, like so. I got confused. Oh, there we go. So if I open the contact page, of course I have to do exactly the same thing I did here to give it the header and footer. Copy, and then go to the contact page, select all this cool stuff. Oh, I went too far. Where is the end of the header? This is it right there. So let me zoom out so I can see better. Okay, let me look at this. Sometimes you find that the footer is different here, and on a different page it's different. No, it's exactly the same. So I'll paste it there. And footer. Okay, so if I come back to my About Contact page, then I get this. Okay, great. So as usual, in here I have to replace the links to match the new assets folder. So let me go and copy this again, go to the contacts, there we go. So let's find all the sources in here, and it doesn't seem to be any sources. Okay, so like here where there's image URL, a URL there, great, that's what I need. And so any links to any assets, icons, images, and so on. So just go through the file and make sure you replace everything that is required. For a moment here, I think that's actually it. So let me refresh here again. There we go. So there's an image there, but let me, yeah, there we go. So it's caching on my side, so that's why it's looking weird. But this is how you actually do it. Now here, the navigation at the top here, if you look at the navigation in the header, it's saying index.html and so on. So I need to go to my header now and then change it. Now, since the header is just one file, it's not going to be that difficult as it would have been changing them one by one. So here I'll remove all this HTML, delete, and then make sure that the links are actually correct. This one I think was just about, and this one is contact, and this one I think I'll use home instead of index, like so, home, about us. But there's a simple problem again. So if I go here, imagine I add another thing here, like contact/milk, for example. So if I go to my link now, it's going to have contact at the end and then home. So if I click here, this page will not go to where I want. So in the same way, any links to actual pages should also contain this at the beginning. Now, instead of the assets folder, this should contain the root folder. For all links, it should be root, because that's where the index page resides. So once I've done this, now I can go to my home page again, about, contact. All right, so this is how we do it. This is how we create new pages. So the thing we want to do now is to make sure that these things are actually running here, and let's do that real quick. We need to create a few pages here, so let me begin by creating the controllers first. So the first page we need, let me come here. Actually, an easy way to do this is probably to go to the app folder and controllers and just copy the home page, home controller, paste it a couple of times. So I want to create the sign up, the login, and then I want to create the page, the image uploader. So this one will be the upload controller, and this one will be the login controller, and this one will be the sign up controller. So let me get the sign up, upload, and login and open them so that I can edit them a little bit. So this one will change to upload. The page title will be upload, and then the name of the page as well will be upload. Okay, great. And then let's go to sign up, the same thing. Where is this? Let me copy several of these. Sign up and sign up here. Okay, great. Login, same thing. Login, login. Awesomeness. So we don't have the views yet, but this is going to do. So let me go down here to create the individual views. So for example, I want to create the upload page first. So I'm going to select here new file inside here. So I'm just going to say upload page, and I'll just say upload.php. This is inside the views. Okay, great. So since I have that, Oh, I have to go to my header as well and add the links to those pages. So let me come back to header right here. So for lack of a better place, I'll just put them here. You can decide where to put them yourself, depending on what you want to do. So login, sign up, and you can put if statements here just to see, because for example, you don't need to see the login button if you're already logged in. And here will be upload, right? So same thing here, upload, sign up, oopsie, sign up, and finally log in. Okay, so let's see those guys over here. So now we have those guys over there, which is awesome. And now another thing is we have to change the title of the page. So here, if you remember, we have that title code in debug. We have the website title, so we can add it here simply by saying equals website underscore title. Now, as you can see, this one doesn't require to come from the data variable because as a constant, it's available everywhere. Okay. But we may need to use the page data. So let me come back here, the page title, which is stored in this variable. So let me go back to the header. So what I want here is the page title, and then connect that to something like this. So let me see that in action. So as you can see here at the top, it says minimalista, new, amazing, whatever that is. So if I right click now, you see it says home, my website. And if I go to about us, it's about my website, contact us, my website, and so on and so forth. So that one is not found. The sign up page isn't there. So here on the 404, you can decorate the 404 as needed, and then upload. Upload has a page actually, so this is the upload page. Okay, so let's deal with the upload page for a second here. So if I go to the other pages here, like index, I have this header and footer, so let's make it look just like the others. So where is the upload page? There we go. So just by putting that and that, footer, like so, we already begin to see something useful here. So we have the header mixed with the footer somehow. All right, so at this point, what I would do is create a div, and I'm just going to give it some styles. For example, a minimum width, a minimum height actually of 200 pixels. That way it can stretch out these two, so that there's something here between the header and the footer. So, and also I don't know why, oh, this caching is a pain in the butt. So here minimum, maybe I can move it to 400 just to, okay, something like that. Now in the case of an our upload, we can add something extra here. You can say upload image, so it can be upload/image, something like that. So because sometimes you may need to upload more than just an image, maybe you want to upload videos, so your link may be upload/video, upload/image, and so on. So what we will do for that, because this is not index anymore at the end, is we're going to go to our controller for upload, and in here we'll leave the index there because that's the default. It should at least be there, but also we will put image here. So if you had you wanted to upload videos, for example, you needed a different page, you just create another function here, and that function will be whatever you name the last part here. So it's going to be image, video, whatever. So you can put different code for the video uploading, different code if somebody doesn't decide what they want. Maybe you can put them a menu to decide what you want to upload, a video, audio, whatever it is, and until they choose one, which is one of these. So right here, image. Okay, so far so good, things are working out. And now what I want is to create a view for the upload. Now this thing has Bootstrap already in here, but I'm not good at all with Bootstrap. So what I've done is I've just gone online and gone to the forms section for Bootstrap, and there's an example right here of a form. So I'm just going to copy the generic stuff. And so if you're good at Bootstrap, then good for you, because here you get to shine. So there we go. So now if I come back to my website here, this is my website, refresh, I see that stuff over there. Now let me try and clear this part and say clear both, because for some reason I don't know why the settings are not very. Let me try and see what is inside here. Main row. Okay, so maybe what we would do is in the index page, whatever this is, we'll just copy this as well. Main row, something like that. So I'll come to upload. Since it seems to work for the index page, it should work for us as well. So maybe this one is what I will change. Main, let's see. Doesn't do what I wanted to do. So this is not it. So this is still kind of like a small header there. So maybe this is the part that is missing. Let me try and put this on the upload page. Okay, so this is how it was designed, I guess. This is the one, this header here is the one with the styles that allow for separation there. So maybe I can just remove the content, yeah, like that or something. And then I can remove this minimum height here. Okay, just remove the styles from here. Okay, something like this. All right, so you can go through and style it as needed, but it doesn't seem like Bootstrap is working here at all. Let me just go to the upload page here, remove the form, and if you notice on our website, there's contact here and there's a little form here. So I think we can make do with that instead. So if I go to that page, there must be a form. So there it is. So we just get that form. This is all so that I can avoid typing styles. So let me put that there. Save that. Let's come back to upload. And there we are. The styles on this website are weird, to say the least. Okay, so maybe I should have copied a bit more than just the form. Let's see this section here. Okay, so maybe I should have copied the entire section. Copy, come back to upload right here, entire section. Okay, great. Looks like it's working well. All this space at the top here, which I don't really need. Let me see what happens when I remove this header now. Okay, so we are good to go now. This is great. So now I can change the text in here. Please enter your email, contact us. So instead of all this, I can just say upload image. Awesome. Upload image. So I'll get this one because I just need a title, and then I need so I remove this, your email. Where is this? Your email. Div is, so this whole thing is for this email, then there's subject there, and then there's this one for the other message out. So I just want to leave the button and the subject. Great. Now I can duplicate the subject, but instead here I'm going to say input name file. I'll name it file. This one, the name, I'll give it title, because we need a title for our image. Actually, we may need a description, so maybe that was a bad idea. Yeah, this was a bad idea. We may need a description here, so we'll leave these two. Description. Yeah, so description, subject, title. Oh, let's leave it there. We can make do with what's there. Okay, so then here I want to duplicate this, and instead this input, I want to change the type of input to file. Placeholder, it doesn't need a placeholder, it doesn't need a title. Like this, the name will be file. So here we can say, please select a file. Refresh. Okay, great. And then there's a subject there. So please select a file, and then your, instead of your message in here, we can say description. Oops, I forgot my so description, and we can use the same for name, description. Enter a description. Now, description of course is not required, but maybe we can require it. That's all good, that's fine. Recent, okay, there we go. Subject, so subject at the top here will be title. Please enter a title, and then title will be title. Text, the name title, please enter a title. Placeholder, title. All right. Oh, let me just refresh from there. Great. So we have a title, we have the select an image, and a description here. Okay, so all this is great, but in order for the title to, we have to put required here, because that's a required field. That way we can avoid posting if the title isn't there. Okay, so this one as well, the file is required. Where is file? That's the one right there. So this is just some JavaScript validation there. Okay, so please select there and there. Okay, so we are good to go now. This is our upload page. So let's go to our login and sign up page. So in the same manner, we have already created controllers for the sign up and login, but what we need is a view. However, if I go to my templates here, I downloaded this HTML page. You'll find it in the files and links in the description, but you can put, it doesn't really matter. You can put your very own version. It's all good. We don't need Bootstrap anymore. So this is how it looks like. So I want to use this as the login page. So what I'll do is copy it from where it is. Copy that page, so it has become one of our templates now. I'll go to Minima, and not in the public folder, in the app folder, views, Minima, paste. So in here I'll say login.php, so I'll change the file extension to PHP, and the same page I'm just going to copy and paste it and just say signup.php. Okay, great. So let's try now the login page. There we go. So we have our login page. The only thing is we'll need our header as well. So let me go back here, sign up and login, and open those. And just like these others, where is the header and footer? Okay, so we'll copy that, go to, it's easier to get the things from here. So login, down here, so there's a body here showing, which we don't actually need because we already have a body. So just make sure, oh, those are just body styles. Okay, I thought there was an actual body. So we will put that one here, that's where the header will be, and then the footer is going to be at the very end here. So change that to foot. So let's see how our login page is now looking. Oh, sorry. There we go. So this is our login page. Now we can put a title here. Login page. Login, like so. Okay, there we go. So let's just style it with an H2. I think an H2 would do well here. H2. Let me move that here. Okay, so login. Great. So Minimalista here is still there, the website title. So let me go to header. Where is header? There we go. So just like I put website title here, I can go to where it's hard coded. Where is it? Where are you? Let me inspect the element, image class, so class of logo. All right, so there's logo written there, so I just need to search for logo. It's not in here, so it must be in the header. There we go. So this is the logo PNG. Oh, now I was looking for some text, but it turns out the logo is this is not text, this is an image, so I was confused about that. So you can easily change to another image here to suit your needs. So feel free to do that in your own time. But here, let's continue with our login page. Okay, so our login section here has two sections. You can click on create account, it will bring this up, and then sign in, it will bring that up. So as a result, if you go to the actual page, you find that it's got two sections. So there's one form here and there's a second form here. So we can use both at the same time. So which is awesome. So the items we have to look for are name, password, and email address. So we can tell which of the two is being supplied by looking at if email address, because email address is the one that's different on these two. So this one doesn't have an email address, this one has. So when we see that, we will know it's a sign up. When we don't see that, it's a login. Okay, so here what we'll do is we need to give each input a name. So let me put here just after a placeholder here, I'll move it a step and then just say name, something like that. Okay, so here the name for this one will be username, is it? Username, great. Password, awesome. Email, okay. Username, password. Okay, so now that they have names, we can use the post variable, the post method to send data. So at the top here, in the form itself, we can say method post, and that's it for our login page, right? So what we want to do now is to create a model called user, because we're going to be using it quite a lot. First of all, we're going to use it to check if the user is logged in. We're going to use it to sign up a user and to actually log in a user. So it's better we create a class. So inside models, I'm going to create a new file, save it as user.php. Awesome. So here we're going to create a class user. Okay, we don't need to extend anything in here. This is great. So let's create a few functions here. So the first function we will have is login, right? So we want to log in the user here. And of course, you see there, we'll need a sign up one as well. Okay, so log in the user, sign up the user, and check login. Like this. So this is how we'll be checking if the user is logged in or not. Okay, now here we are going to say so to log in we'll need one variable here called post. Now we don't want to get the global post variable which has an underscore here like this. No, we want to create our own. We just want to pass it in. This way it makes this code portable. Okay, so we have that, and this is great. Okay, so what do we do in here to sign a user up? So the first thing we're going to need obviously is a database. That's the thing, that's the first thing. So let's do db is equal to new database. Okay, so we will need that, and then we will need to write to the db like so, and then we'll put a query in there that we need to write, and of course we will need to add some data because we're receiving some data. So I'll put that array there because that's how we created this function, to receive those two. But in between here we want to create the query. So a query will be something like insert, oh actually I'm doing the sign up here, this is for the login. Okay, so for the login it's going to be read, and we have to assign the result to something. So we're going to say select all from users where username is equal to username and password is equal to password. Limit 1. Okay, so the reason we're putting this full colon and username here instead of the actual variable is because we are using prepared statements. So this is just going to be prepared, and so the only thing we need to do is create an array which contains the exact variables like this in there, and then it's going to add those two together. So since we assigned it to this array, we're going to use that. So here I'm going to say array username is equal to post username, like so, and then I can duplicate this, use it for the password. Great. So this should only run if this is set and this is set. So I'm going to put a large if statement here and say if is set and is set those two like that. So you can put as many if statements as you want, check for whatever you want. This is just to show you the general idea of how things would be done. Okay, so this is assigned to there, and then we will select. Now if data is returned, then it means this user is legit. So if is array, let's just check if that data returned is actually an array. Then we're going to say logged in now. So what we will do is assign a value to the session. So we're going to say user underscore ID is equal to data. Now these are objects that are returned. Okay, this thing returns an array of objects, so we want just the first result, so we're going to say 0 like this, and then since it's an object, we'll use the arrow key like that and say user. We're going to have a column called user ID. So we haven't created the database yet, so I'm just using these values as placeholders. So that's what we will do. So once we have this in the session, then we know that this person is actually logged in. Okay, so on top of that, we can add two things here. We can just say the username as well in the session. Then same thing here, we'll just say username. Okay, this is awesome. So you can find a way to give the user some error messages by sending them to the session as well. So you can have, you can say at the top here, session error is equal to empty. And then whenever you find an error, you just put it inside there. So let's say error. So if, for example, this is not set, we can just say else session error is equal to please enter a valid username and password. Okay, same thing here. Let me copy this. If here things didn't work out, then we're going to say wrong username and password. Wrong username or password. Okay, great, but it's good to reset it at the beginning. So this is all we need to actually sign in. That's it. So now to check if somebody is signed in, all we need to do is check for these two. If these two exist, then the person is signed in. Okay, so check logged, should be double G here. Check logged in, right? So checking the current user. So here we're going to put these here because I want those. So we have to check if this is a legitimate user in the database. So a useful thing here is to also put the user URL, which we will create in the database. So we'll call it URL address. This is the special ID identifier for this user. Okay, so user URL, something like that. So to check if somebody is logged in, we're going to say if is set. We want the URL, user URL, that's all we need, user URL. So let me remove that. Okay, so if this is set, we're going to read from the database. Same thing we did here. Here's our query. So let's get that. Here's our query. And then there we go. So we're just going to repeat this one right here. So instead of password here, all we want is this one, user URL, copy. So there we go. We're going to call it, yeah, we're going to call it user URL. Okay, it's going to be equal to this. Okay, great. Almost forgot. So we assign the user URL to this array user URL there. Okay, and then we just say selector from users where, now we're just looking for the URL address is equal to whatever we used in this array we are supposed to use there. Let's go to that, limit 1. So if there is a result, we just refresh the stuff inside the session, just in case one of the values is missing, and then we'll return true here. We say return true. However, if we don't pass through here and we manage to get to the end here, we're just going to return false. So this is how the system will check if somebody is logged in or not. So if the answer is false, redirect them to the login page. All right, so sign up will have similar thing here. Oh, I need to get the DB here. Read, okay. DB required here as well. Great, almost forgot. So copy all that for the sign up. Okay, there we go. So everything will remain exactly almost the same. So sign up, we set username. Oh, I wrote the same thing here, so it should be password here. There we go. Goodie. So let me come back here, do the same thing. If there's username, there's password. Username and password, and just add one extra thing, email here. So email. Now at this point, sign up. Still, if everything went well, we have to log the person in after they sign up, or we send them to the login page. So here is yeah, I think we have to send them to the login page so they can log in. So we remove this, so we don't log them in. And we remove that. No need to check if there's a wrong. Enter. Okay, so far so good. The only thing is now we have to write to the database. This is not an array, so if we just have to check if it's true or false. So if it's true, which means things went well, redirect the person. So we just say header location full colon, and here we're going to need root, like that. Every link should have root, and then login, like so. And then just to make a clean break, tell it to die there. Okay, so this is fine, that's fine. So now I just need to create the query that is required. So the query is like insert into users, and then you have your columns, and then you have your values. So let's make the columns first. That's username, password, email. So I'm simply going to copy this exactly as it is, put it here, and just put those full columns at the beginning because of prepared statements. Great. That should suffice actually. Okay, so this is our user class. So we can log in, we can sign up, and we can check if somebody is logged in. So great. So now on every page that you need somebody to be logged in, you have to check. So in case, let's go to the upload.php controller. So at this point, when someone wants to upload an image, we must check to see that they are logged in or not. So here we're going to say user, because this is the class now. User is equal to new, or instead of doing this, we use this. We tell the controller to load the model. What model do you want to load? User. Okay, so the case doesn't matter. You can use capital letter here or small letter, it doesn't matter. But it's user.php, so I'd rather use the small letter. Okay, so then user check. So let's put something here, or let's just say result. Result is equal to user check login. What did we name it? Oopsie. Where is it? There we go. It's a controller, not a model. There we go. Check logged in. Login control, upload controller. There we go. So check logged in there. So if it returns true, then we know we are good to go. So I can simply put an if statement here and just say if, and then wrap everything inside that if statement, just like that. So if it's true, I just want to know if it's false. So I'll put an exclamation mark there, and if it is false, then I will do a header redirect. So let me just copy this here so I don't have to type it again. So I'll say header redirect to the login page. So if somebody's not logged in, redirect them. So let's give it a spin. So if I go to the, first let me refresh. If I go to the upload page, right now I'm not logged in and it's still working. Why? Oh, because it's going to the other controller. So where is this? Yes, this is the upload. Okay, so index should redirect me. If someone goes to the index, they should be redirected to the, let me do this, just redirect them to one with an image. So upload/image, like that. Okay, so upload here should have had a /image in the link. So let's try that again, and there we go. So if I try to go here, there I can go, there I can go, there I can go. Oh, that's the sign up, we'll deal with that. But if I click on upload, I go to the login page. Okay, so it's working. Now in the sign up page, we need the sign up page here. So let me go to sign up, and it's redirecting quite well here. So this is all good. Now what I need to do is go to the login page here and copy everything that's here. This is the view, login page view, and go to the sign up now, paste everything in here, because the login and sign up are pretty much the same. So sign up. So you see, it looks almost the same. The only thing I have to change is at the top here and say sign up. Sign up. Sign up. Great. Now, so that's sign up. Now the thing is, this is the part that has jQuery, which toggles the user sign up or login page. So all we need to do is just toggle it in advance. So I'm just going to remove that. So if I refresh, it will show me that instead, but this won't work anymore. But what we can do, if we want it to continue working there, we can just duplicate this and put it at the top here or at the bottom. It doesn't really matter. Just put some of the code outside here so that it will run when we load the page, but then you can still toggle back and forth. So let me refresh. It will run here, but I can still toggle back to login and sign up. Okay, but then this will lose meaning there, so maybe we should not have it there. Probably irrelevant, so close that because it doesn't change with it. Okay, so create, sign in. Very nice. So now because either on the sign up page and the login page, you can still sign up on either of them, because you see this is a sign up page, but I can still go to sign in, but it's a sign up page. So we have to put it in such a way that it will decide based on if the email is set, then we know that somebody is trying to sign up. So this is easy. We're going to go to the login controller. Right here, where before we load our view, we do some checking. So I'm going to say if is set in the post variable, right? If is set email, like this. So if email is set, then we're going to say user is equal to this load model. The model is user. Okay, so if email is set, load that user and then run the sign up part. So we're going to say user what is this, user sign up, like so, and then we will pass in the post variable like that. Okay, so we need to do an else if here. Else, it shouldn't just be an else, it should be an else if. Okay, so else if is set email. Let's try username. So if the username is set, but then and not is set email. So if the email is not set but the username is, then we'll go here, we'll load that, but then we'll say login. And that's it. So now let's create our database. Go to your phpMyAdmin and click on the database, and let's remove this. We may actually need this, but let's just drop it for now. Let's remove the existing table. So let's create one more table, users. So what we need in users, we need email, password, and username. So those are three things, and then we'll need a URL address, we need an ID, and then yeah, I think that's about it. So 5 of those. So go. So we won't be creating a user's profile, so we don't need the image for the user, but if you're planning to do that, you may want to add some extra columns. Okay, so username, password. Oh, we need the date as well. Let me put email first. Let me just add one more column, and that is the date, just in case you want to know when somebody signed up. So we'll put date time there. We'll put variable character for email 100, password variable character 64, hashing algorithms and such. There we'll put username maybe 50, variable character, for URL address 60, and then big integer for the ID. Make sure the ID is on auto increment and primary key as well. So save. Okay, at this point let's add some index to the URL address because we will use it to find this user. Also the username is used for signing in, so let's add an index there, just like the password. And then we won't be using the email for much, so no need there. Maybe the date, we might want to sort by date. Okay, so let's go to the browse, and now let's try and log in. This is the moment of truth, moment we've all been waiting for. So let me type my username. My password will just be password. Email address, and create. Okay, what has happened? Okay, so it doesn't seem like anything has happened here. So this is on the, oh, that's because we're on the sign up page. My bad. So what I need to do is copy everything that's here and this part, the logic here, and put it on the sign up controller as well, because they both need to act the same. Okay, so password and email, create account. Okay, so now it has worked because I'm here at the login page. So by going here, I see that I have actually created some. Oh, I didn't put my URL address. Oh, great. And the date as well. So let's delete that and let's go back and recalibrate our things. Okay, so one thing I forgot is to create the URL address now, which is a random number that will be used as an identifier. Now the thing is, I want to put it inside core and just put a function that will generate that, just a simple function here. But instead of having to type the function, I'll just copy and paste it here. So the function is get random string max value for a length. So this length is a suggestion of the maximum length that the string will be. So like in our case, our column goes up to 60 characters, so I can put 60 here. And this will generate a very random string. So what I did is I created an array with all the possible letters and numbers. So the capital letters and small letters, A to Z, and then 0 to 9. So total they are like 64, I think. And then I tell it to get a random number between 4, because 4 should be the minimum length for the string. And so let's say I told it to put 60 to the maximum to be 60. So it will choose a number between 4 and 60. Whatever that number is, that will be the length of the generated string. And so it will loop for that length of that number. Let's say the number that was chosen is 10. So it will loop 10 times here, and each time it will choose a random character in there and add to the text. Okay, so this is the function. Let me copy that and let me go to the user model. There we go, because this is the, now the reason we put some things in the model here instead of anywhere else is because models can be reused. If you put something in the controller, you can't reuse because that's a very specific controller. But if you put a class in the model, you can reuse it in any controller. So that's why we do that here. Now in sign up, this is what I'm looking for. Okay, so right here I need to add 2 more columns here. So the first one will lead to this. Now length will be 60, that's the maximum, and then URL address here. And then here we are going to have date. I totally forgot about the date. So let's create a date. Easy peasy. So we're going to say we want to know the year, the month, the day, the hour, the second, the minute, the second. Like so. So that's our date. And that's it. That's the only thing that's missing. So let's go back and go to create account. Create your account. Password. Email. Create. Whoopsie. Invalid parameter number. Oh, my bad. I was in a hurry. So here we have to add URL address, comma, date. We have to add those two that we added in. So that error is caused because we added too many items in the array compared to what we put in the query. So it got confused as to which variable goes where. So full column there as well. Right. So can we do a redo, resend? Great. So we are good now, I assume. Yay, everything is fine. Correct date and the URL address. Great. So which means now we are not logged in yet. So let's try and log in, and then let me put password. Oh, so it's going in as a get variable. So this is not good. What's happening? Let's come back to the login. So I only put method post on the sign up. So the login form should also have method post. Same in the sign up. We should put method post there as well. And then I need to be able to read if there's a message that has come in. Okay, so we'll go to the function here. Let's say a wrong password or something like that. So let's go and create a function to do that, because it's a very simple task. We're just going to say function check message, and then we'll have our message in, no, just check message is good enough. So we'll check in the session, because that's where we've been putting our messages, right? Where is that session? Ooh, where is that session? It's this one, session error. That's the one. Okay, so we'll have an if statement here and say if session error is not empty. Okay. So first of all, we must know that it's set. So here, if is set and it's not empty, right? If it's set and it's not empty, then echo it, whatever is in there, and then immediately after unset it, because we don't need it no more. So echo it and then unset. Great. All right, so you can yeah, I think this is it. So the message there, so you can add some no, actually maybe no need to add that. So let's just go to the login and sign up. So we can do that here at the very top, PHP. Maybe let's put them inside here and just say check message, just like that. Check message. So anyway you want to get a message reading, you just do this, you just check, add that and check message. Boom. So let me try here, just type something wrong. Let's see if we get that. Oops. Ooh, undefined offset 0 on line 22. So let's check on line 22 in models user. So what's on line 22? So in cases like this where it's saying an identified offset, it means it returned an array because it passed here, but the array doesn't have a location 0, which means it's an empty array. So to confirm that, you can simply just say show data here so that you see what's inside data. If I resend the data here, and sure enough, it's an empty array. So this is not supposed to be possible here. Let's go to the database. It's if the query didn't return anything, this should be false. So let me go to database in core and go to read. Oh, so this is where the problem is. How to change this? So it's supposed to be return. Actually, no. What I'm supposed to do here is assign it to a variable. So I'm just going to say a is equal to whatever the variable is, and then check if a has returned something. So if is array a, it will be an array, but let's make sure that it contains something, and count a is greater than 0. Okay, because clearly it has shown us that it can return an empty array, so we have to make sure there's more than there are items in there. So if it's array and count, okay, then we return a, because a is the data now. Just to be more specific, we can call it data, because using such variable names can be a pain when you come back to edit your code a year later. So return data. So if we don't return the data here, we're just going to say return false. Okay, so if it gets here, it's false. Great. So let's try again. Refresh. Boom. So now you get a message, wrong username and password. Awesome. Now you can style this as you want here. For example, in login here, I can put this inside a paragraph. Like so. Same thing here. Paragraph. So let me see how that actually looks like now. Much better, but you can style it as required, just so you know. And now let's try the actual username and password. So undefined property user ID. So I've made a mistake somewhere in a class. I've put a $sign where I shouldn't. So on line 22 in user model. Okay. Oh yeah, so there's no user ID here in the yeah, so let me just remove that. User ID does not exist. So here, let's go down here as well. Remove. It's not a thing. So let me come back and redo this. Resend. Okay, so I should have been redirected by now. Oh, I didn't actually do that. So where is the login? Up here. Login. That's where it is. So I didn't put a redirect here at any point, so I don't know why. So let me copy this header, come here. So when somebody logs in at this point after this part, should redirect them to the home page. So let's resend that data. Try again. Okay, there we go. So we've been redirected. Okay, so home, about us, login. Now let's see if we can actually upload now. There we go. So we are being allowed to upload now. The sign up works just fine. The login works. So sign up. So now we can, because somebody needs to know whether they are signed in or not. So let's do some templating. Let me go to the header. So I want somewhere maybe below the image here, so it can say hi and so and so. So this is the logo right here. So just after the logo, let me just write something like hi user, so that I can see where that is. So hi user. So you can style it as you want. So here we can say hi, whatever the name is in the session, user name. I think that's what it is. Like so. Yeah, there we go. So it knows that I'm logged in now, but this hi should not always be there. So we can put an if statement here. So this is how you do it when you want to do some templating and put some HTML in here. Instead of having to change this whole thing to a PHP tag, you can simply say, you can put a PHP tag here and say if. So I want just to know if this is set, if username is set, like that, and then I'll put a full colon like so. So here I can put some words, whatever it is, but they'll be part of the if statement. And then at the end, I meant some HTML here. I can put some HTML in between. And then at the very end, I can close my if statement by saying end if. Something like so. Okay. Great. Now we missed the logout button. So what we might want to do is the same with the login here. So if I'm logged in, I shouldn't see the login and sign up button here. So those should be for when I'm logged out. So this is the question for when I'm logged in. So what I will do is go here, login, sign up, and upload. So all these should not be there. This should not be there when I am logged in. So let me put an if statement here and say if, and then end if here. Like that. Just so it's clear to see. So if that is set, actually not. If not is set, show that those. But if it's set, none. So if I do this now, oh, what has happened? Let me change this. Let's go to here. Oh, it's not changing anything. Oh, I didn't put my PHP tags. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Syntax error. Online feed 2. So it's this one that is a problem, right? Okay, there we go. So let me put the note at the top there. So now they've disappeared, which is good. So let's do the same thing here. I need to put a comma like that, and I need to put my PHP tags. Great. Okay, so those things have disappeared, but I need a logout button now right there. So I will put an else statement here. I think the else should have a full colon like that. Let's just try it out. Okay, so else will have a logout button. So this will go to the logout page. Wrong spelling. Right, so there we go. Now we have a logout button here. So let me go to home, about us, logout. Now the logout doesn't have a view, so all we need to do is go to the user right here, and we can create a logout just like we've created login here. We can create a function logout. So let me copy this and come back here, which will be very, very simple to do. So let's come down here, function logout. So logout doesn't need to pass anything. So what I'm going to do is just get these guys, these two guys, and then unset them. That's it. So unset these two guys and then redirect to the login page. Come back here, redirect to the login page. So here I will say, let me put these in brackets, unset. Remove all this here. So same thing here. I'll just copy that and put it here. Unset that, unset that. That's it, logout. So now if we go to, because it's a page, it needs to have a controller. So I'm just going to go to controllers, new file, save it as logout.php. And then I'm going to copy from the home controller and paste in logout. But let me just say logout there. And then this will be pretty easy because we don't need a view. What we need is to simply load. Let me go to upload here, upload controller, and load the user class. That's what I need to do. So logout, let's load the user class and just tell it to log this user out. So user logout, and that's it. So let's see if that happens. So let me click on logout, and there we go, logged out. We don't see my name there anymore, but let me log in again. Type the wrong password, I get that, and then or I can type password. I've been locked out for good. Okay, there we go. I've managed to log in and there is my name there. And now I can actually upload. But let me see, if I log out, you see now we have login and sign up. Login. But upload is also still there, which is not supposed to be. So if I go to my header, upload should also be one of these that show up during, so it should be here, the same as logout. So like this, you cannot upload. Meanwhile, let me remove this from the header, this premium features. That's this link right here, premium features. Remove that red thing over there. Okay, so now I can log in. Yeah, now I can upload. So let's do the uploading, and then once we are done with that, the website will be complete, because now we'll be able to see our images here. Okay, so let's do that right now. All right, so in order to upload our image, we're going to need to create a database, of course. So let's go here and create a new table. So the table name is going to be images. Okay, PHP my admin. Okay, so what we need is the ID, the image path, the title of the image, and the description. So because this is what we're supplying: title, image path, description, date. And if you want to put views as well, number of views and all that, you can do that. That's entirely up to you. Okay, so I think those will be enough for us. So 4. So let me go there. ID. Oh, we needed a URL address for the thing as well, so that we can open each image individually if we need to. So image, and then date, and then we need one more for the description. So description will be variable character, and you can put as many as you want. I'll put 1024. Date time, variable character, let me put 500. This will just be the image path, it's not the actual image itself. So variable character, again, URL address of 60. ID will be big integer, auto increment, primary key, etc, etc. Save. So we will need to put a key on the URL address, but that's about it. Oh, we need a title as well, so one more. Title, variable character. The title maybe can be 100 characters. Save. Structure, the title as well. For the sake of searching, you can put an index key. Okie dokie. All right, so there we are good to go. Now all I need to do is create a model that actually uploads the file. Okay, so refresh, new file, save that. We're going to call this model upload. We can call it upload file.php. So we'll put an underscore there. So which means even the class should be named the same. Class upload file. Awesome. So here we're going to need a function, of course, that will upload. I think that's pretty much the only function that we're going to need in here. So first thing is first, we will need a DB. Actually, this is very similar to user. So what I will do is, let's go to where we are saying sign up, and we can copy some of this stuff. For example, that is required. Go back here and let's look at the query and the redirecting. All that is required. These two will be required. Yeah. Actually, the whole thing. Let me just copy this whole thing here. Copy and upload. There we go. Hope I didn't leave any. Okay. looks great. All right, so what we'll be looking for here is two things. Upload, we will need to, okay, let's do an upload here so that you can see what's going on. Let me go to upload here in this one right here. If result, check login. So here we're checking if the user is logged in. So if they pass the test, then we come here now, and this is where we check if is set, right? So we're looking for if it's set post title, if there's a title there, and then and is set files file, then we're uploading. Okay, so here what's happening is that there's a super global called post, which all the text from title and description will be contained. However, for this file to work here, it's contained in the files variable, and we're going to give it a name of file. So that's why I'm checking if this is actually set, which means we're about to upload. So if this is true, then let's instantiate the upload file class. Let's just say uploader, and then we're going to call the upload function. And as we have created it here, we've given it where is this upload file? Oh, we haven't given it anything to supply. So what we will do is we're going to give it both this and this, so it can have free range. Nice. So once it's done, it's going to redirect on its own. So great, this is good. I think that's it for this part. Now, if I copy this message thing, I can also put it there on the upload view. That way we get to see a message in case of anything. So let me put it inside this section here. We get to see an error message just in case. Okay. Oh, I closed it too early. So I need to give these okay, so there's a name of title. It should be file here, not file T. And then description. Yeah, now the most important thing here in the form is to specify the method. So the method is post, that's one thing. And then to change the encoding type, enc type to multipart / form hyphen data. If you don't put this, you won't be able to upload files. Okay, so this is enough for this area. We don't need the login. So we are on upload file. That's the thing we are looking at. Okay, so now if everything went well, we'll receive a files or a post variable and a files variable. All right. So what we will be checking for is the title and the description. Okay. So I will come here and change here. Say title and here description. And that's all we need for the database. So I'll remove that, but we will need a URL address, that's for sure. We will need a date as well, so I'll leave those two there. and then we're going to say insert into images. So I'll change these guys to title and description. So title, description, URL, address, and date. So copy this. There we go. Okay. So looking good. Insert into images, database write. And then here, instead of sending the person to the login, we're just going to send them to the home page so they can see the image that they have uploaded. Okay, so this is about saving in the database. But we also need to save the... oh, wait a minute. I'm supposed to put title here just to check if everything is fine. If title is set, and let me just use files here. Like that. So save to DB, but at the top here I'm going to say upload file. So we must upload the file first. So to do that is very easy. There's one function to do that. So it's called move uploaded file. So the only thing we need is the file name. So the file name will be contained in here, like that. TMP name, I think. Okay, now before I go any further, I want to show you the information that we're going to receive here. So I will tell it to die at this point so it doesn't continue, but then I will tell it to show the post variable here and also the files variable, so that even when I'm putting these, you know why I'm doing this. So let me come here and add a title. I'm going to say my image, that's my title, some description, and then I'll browse for an image, any of these images, and hit submit. Okay, I think I needed to refresh the page because of the changes, whatever that is. Okay, syntax error, unexpected array on line 20. So where is that? Here. Oh, it's because I did that. Why is it talking about syntax errors? All right, so there we go. Retry again. Unexpected end of file. Really? That usually means there's a closing bracket missing somewhere. But it doesn't look like. Oh yeah, there's one more missing, because this one goes there. Oh, my bad. So when copying some code, I think there we go. So when you see this kind of error, unexpected end of file, it usually means you are missing a bracket. Okay, so this is the data that we've received up there. So this is from the post variable, this is from the files variable. So all files will come in here, all text will come in the post. So that's why we're getting from here, and then we're getting from file. Now the file itself is in here. This is the temporary location. So temp name is the source of where we are uploading from. So that's why I've put temp name there. But the destination now, we have to create a destination here using the file name. Okay, so here's the type. So you can use this section to check if the image is the correct type. So for example, we can do all this error checking here, but by the time we reach here, we have to make sure that the session, let me come here and copy this one. I'm going to put it here. Okay, so at this point I will only save if there are no errors. So I will do this. I'll put an if statement, say if error is empty. So if it is empty, then we're going to save to the database. Otherwise, we will not. Okay. All right, so if error is empty, do that. Then here now, what we want to do is check for all these errors. So you can check for the error and you can check for the type. So that's what we want to check for here. So I'm going to say I can have an array here of the allowed file types. So the first one allowed is a JPEG. So I'm just going to copy from here. This is the type that it has shown me. So I'm just going to paste it there. So here you can put, if you want JPEG, PNG, whatever it is, MP4, you can put all that there. But for now, I just want to JPEG here. So I'm just going to ask the question if files file, which is this one, files file name, if the name is not empty, is not equal to empty, and so let's check several things. Error is equal to 0. So let me put error here. Error 0 means no errors occurred. And then and in array. So we are looking for the type, file type, copy, put it here, type. We want to make sure that its type is inside this array. So if you want, like I said, if you want to add more types, just duplicate this and change the to whatever type it is there. That's it. And the haystack is that array called allowed. There we go. So if all this is true, and in array, oh, there's a missing bracket there for that. And here, okay, great. So there we are now. So in here things are okay. So let me move this down there like so. So if this is not correct, you can put an else statement here and actually add an error. This file could not be uploaded, like that. Okay, but otherwise, let me remove this die here so that we can actually do something. Now the first thing is we need to create a folder where we'll send these things. So I'm going to create a folder called uploads. Now this is relative to the index page, so it will be right next to the index page. All right, so that will be the folder, but we have to make sure the folder exists. So if file exists folder, so if it doesn't exist, so let's put a not here to negate that. If not file exists, so if it doesn't exist, create it. So we're going to say mkdir, put the folder in there, give it some write permissions, and put true just in case you want to create subfolders as well. So there we go. So we've created the directory, and then by the time we get here, it means we are sure the directory exists. So now let's create the destination. So destination will be equal to the folder, of course, plus the file name. this one right here. Hey, actually that's it. So we will upload the destination is equal to so we'll move it from here, temp, to the destination, and that's how you upload a file. And that's it. So let's see if we can actually pull it off. But let me see here, insert into images, description, okay, so far everything seems fine. So let me just go to the upload controller just to make sure that I'm allowing for this to happen. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Okay, so let's try again. I can just resend this data. Resend. I had zoomed in, so it has taken me here, which means it did upload. So let's check in the browser, and there we go. So we do have an image, URL address, but no image was saved, so I forgot to put that there. How weird. So the image column is missing, so which is the important thing there, and that is the destination. Wait a minute. Image. So let's just put it at the end. Image, comma, image. And so I need to put it here as well. Image will be equal to destination, because destination is where we've taken the image. And now let's actually check to see if the image was actually indeed uploaded, which will be in public. And as you can see, a new folder was created called uploads, and in there is indeed our image. So it's just the issue of the, let's try again, upload. Let me try my title, browse. This is a cool image, submit. So we are here now. So let me see, browse. Okay, so everything worked well, and the link to there is right here. So in order to display this, you see it starts from upload. You have to put the root in front of it, the root variable, and then you can display it. So let's try and do that now and display the pages, the images on the home page. So the home page here contains, oops, here we go. Let me zoom it to 100. So it contains these images. So this is a repeat of the same thing. So I can delete all of these and just remain with one. So let's do that now. Let me go to the index page. This is it. So it starts from here. Is it? No, this is the title. I want a repeating theme here, which is this one. Up to here, 5, 5, 5. So it's repeating from here. Okay, let's come down here. So repeat, 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 repeat. Up to there. So let me delete all these except the very first one. So the first one ends right about here. So then just make sure that I haven't broken anything. Oh, I still have 2 of these. How come? Background white, full width. So this one is different, isn't it? Or is it? Let me try to delete this one. Okay, so we have this one left here. So this is good. So now what I'm going to do is I just want this to be repeated multiple times. Okay, so here I'm just going to do some templating, of course. Now what I'll do is I'll go to the controller, the home controller here, and read some data. So as you can see, home controller has this data variable, so we can put our data in there. So in order to read here, we can create a model that will read this information, because models, yes. So I will save this one, and I'll call this one posts.php. So it's inside model, and put my PHP tags. So class posts, function get o. So here you can make functions, one function to get o, one function to get a single image, and so on and so forth. So you can go nuts here. So get o will be right here. So I just need to create an SQL or a query. Select all from images. Let's limit a number like 12. Limit 12. And order by ID descending. So if you want them the other way around, you can say ID ascending. Okay, so most of this stuff is repeated, just like in user. So I can copy some of this stuff here, like the DB. Of course, I will need the DB. And then reading from the DB itself, DB read, and then that question of whether it worked out or not, like that. So we'll read, and then we'll check if it's an array. If it is not, return false. Okay, so we open our DB, we read with the query, but then we don't need this array because we're not looking for anything in particular, so I'll just remove that. And so if it is an array, then we return the array. Return data. It's that simple. Okay, so let's go back to the, I just want to get this part that loads a model. So let's go to home. This is the one right here. So I'm going to say posts. So we've loaded the post thingy, the post class. Posts get o. And then we can add this data to I'll call it result. So I'll put result here. Result is equal to, and then here posts. So data posts contains the posts. So copy, and then now let's go, since we are passing it here, we can now access the data inside the index page, which is right here. So we will say if PHP if is array, that one. Okay, so if that is an array, we put the thing there and say PHP, and if so, if that is true, we'll pass through here. So let's try that out. So it is true. Awesome. And then what we do now is we can read from there. We can do a for each. For each data post as row, like so. And for each. I don't know if this is a thing, but let's try it out. Oh, it is a thing. Okay, so now we have this row variable. Now I just want to make sure that if there's nothing here, it doesn't read. So let me go to the model here. That's the post model. Let me just put some error here so that we don't receive any data. And as you can see, it disappears. So let me remove that error. And there we are. So the if statement is working very well. So let me come back to the index page here. And now I can put some stuff here. So first of all, I want the title. Let's see, what is the title here? Reference title, right? So which is here. So instead of putting an echo, we're just going to say equal to row, because it's an object, so we do it that way, like this, row title. So I'll copy that, and row description, instead of title we have description. And then we come to the actual image itself. So the image will be right here. Okay, let me just put it there. So instead of description, we have image. Okay, so since these are all, we can remove this here. Oh, can we? Yeah, we can remove that there. So let's concatenate some stuff here. So it's not in the assets folder, it's in the root folder. And then in that root folder, we have uploads. Oh, actually, no. We don't need to put the uploads there. We just concatenate the two because uploads is part of this. So just root and then uploads there. That should actually do it. So there we go. There's our image. And when I do that, I see my title there. So let me try and upload a different image. Second image. Some kind of description. Yeah. Let's choose a different looking image, as in with the talking about the dimensions. So we see a problem here that we are having, but otherwise things are looking good. So let's upload one more so we can fix the problem at once. And the usual suspect images. I really need to upgrade these images. Okay. New woman. Another description. Another one. Whatever. Just some gibberish. Okay. So there we are. Some images. These look nice because they are. So you can't expect people to have the same to find images with the same dimensions. This is where the image class comes in, which I showed you in the beginning. This is the image class right here. So it's going to do us a favor. If we go down here, there's this part called get thumbnail. This is the one I want right there, get thumbnail. So get thumbnail. Now it's got a default value of 300 by 300, so you can change the resolution here of the images you want. So you can even increase the width and leave the height then it's not going to stretch the images, it's just going to crop them according to that. So this is very flexible. So all you need to provide is the file, but in case you need a different resolution, you can provide the width and the height. So get thumbnail here, copy that. I might not even do it this way. So let's go to the index page. No, the index controller, the home controller here, because this is where I want to load that model. So I'm going to get this. So the idea is I want to change the, because these are posts right here. So I want to change the link. I want that the class to change to create thumbnails of these things, and then I'm going to replace the link of the actual image with the link of the thumbnail. So the first thing I need to do is to know if this is actually an array. So I'll say if is array, if there actually posts in there. Okay, so I'm going to do a for each here for the same, so that I can go through each and every post. Right now, in each post I want to get the image section. So I'm going to say posts, whatever the key is at that time, like so, because I want to I don't want to replace, I want to replace inside the array itself. So that's why I'm doing this. So inside that key, I want the image. Okay, so this image will be equal to, so first of all, let me load, I'm going to load that image thingy here. So it's called image class. Good. Image underscore class. Then at this point I will say image class get thumbnail underscore thumbnail, and then let me give the file name. File name is exactly, wait a minute, this is a raw, right? Well, I can still get it from here, no problem. Quite long, but I think it kind of makes sense. Let me refresh. Moment of truth. There we go. Worked like a charm. Okay, so it has cropped all these images, and let me upload one more. Yeah, just to increase the number. Gibberish, submit. Okay, there we go. So there. Okay, so what I've noticed is that there's no single post view on this website, so I'm supposed to click, oopsie, where did that go? I'm supposed to click here and go to a single post view, but if I look at the HTML that came with this, I don't think there is any of that. But not to worry, we can easily create one. So let's do that immediately. So we're going to call it single post, and so to create a new page, as usual, we're just going to go to the controllers and just say new file, save the file as single underscore single post dot php. Okay, then we'll copy everything from the home. We'll copy from the home, copy, and then we'll go to single post there and change the title to single post. So you can change the title here after you read from the, so let's put title at the very end so that we use the image title as the title. And then the advantage is we don't need to this image class, we don't need to use a thumbnail, so we delete all this. So posts, instead of posts, it's a single post, so it's going to be equal to result. But instead of get all, we can create a function called get one, and then we will use the whatever the URL address is given here. That's what we're going to use. So we're going to call it URL or something, or we can call it a, whatever it is, or let's say link. Okay, so data post is equal to result, actually result 0. Actually no, result is fine. Okay, so posts, load this post. We have loaded the model, and then we get a result from there from get one, supplied by the link. Now this link here we have to get from there because it's part of the URL, like so. So as usual, we give it a default value just in case the user didn't provide it. So also you can do something like, if this is not provided, then you can redirect the user somewhere else. So for example, I can say here, if is equal to empty, like this, and then else load this. So this is the normal view if everything is fine, but if there's nothing, we just say image not found. Okay, so we can do this here, put it here, then we can create one that says not found, something like that, and then image not found. All right, so this link is the unique identifier. If we go to the there's this URL address here, so this will be unique for every image. Let me refresh this. Yeah, so you see it's unique for every image. This is what will help us identify which image we're talking about. So this has to be in the URL when trying to access one image. So if it's not there, this is where we are going to take the user to this page where it says image not found. Otherwise, we'll take them here. Link. Okay, so let's create this get one function. So it's going to be inside posts. So there's get all, but then everything will almost be the same. So let's do get one. So instead of so here it's select all from images where, so we're going to give it a where clause. We don't need to order this by anything because it's just one. And limit, we can just set it to limit 1 because it's 1. So where URL address is equal to, we can say URL or link, like that. So we'll expect the link in here, and we'll need an array here to give us that link. So we'll say, just so we can use prepared statements, that link is equal to link, so we don't have to worry about sanitizing it in the database. Okay, this probably works. Now in order to access that, we need to have the link here which has the URL address in it. So let's go to the index page right here where we're creating this image thingy. This whole thing is clickable, so there must be an A tag somewhere. So here is the A tag. Okay, so where is it going? This is where we're supposed to give it somewhere to go. So at this point we're just going to say root, like so, and in front of root we're going to add what page is that? Single, what did we name it? single post, okay, slash, and then after the slash here, that's where we're going to add actually I should put a single thingy there because I want to do this. So that, and then we add the URL link here. So the URL link is going to come from the image itself. URL address. I think this is it. Single post, but we need a slash here. So let me refresh the page, come here, and you see that it's going well. Syntax error. Unexpected posts in single post on line 3. So single post controller on line 3. Is it? In controllers, yes. Single post. Oh, my bad. What I did, I'm supposed to put a underscore there. You can't have two names for a class. Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. So now undefined index posts on line 15 in the views index. Oh, let me go to single post here. We're supposed to load a different page here. So the page should be single underscore post. So let's go here in minimal and load single post. Now I'm just going to copy the upload file because the things are kind of similar. So I'll go to the app, views, minimal, and I'll copy the upload. But this one will be single underscore post. Oh, .php. So the header and the footer are similar. Then I will remove everything else, I think. Let me remove that. Let me remove the form. Okay, there's a title there, so I'll leave it. I'll just remove the form. And then this title here, I will say image viewer or something. Actually, I could put the title of I could put the title here. Data post contains the post that we are. Actually, let me go back to posts here in one link. So here, instead of returning, this is going to return an array. So I want it to return just one object. So I'll put data 0 like that. So it returns the first item. Okay. So that's done. And then in here, where is it? In single post. Wait. In single post controller. Right here, so data post is equal to that. So this is the variable that contains our data. So let me go back to single post. It's going to be in here. So I will say I want to put a title here of the image itself. So I'm going to put that here like so. So moment of truth. Fatal error. Object of class could not be converted to a string on line 9. Oh, so this is an object, is it? Oh yeah, it's an object. So I'm supposed to do this and say title so that I get one item from there. There we go. So second image. And then from there, now I can put the image itself. So let me copy this. Put it right here and just say image, and then down below that I'll say description. description. Let me put a break tag here. Okay, so that's the image. Where is the description though? Oh, this one maybe doesn't have data post description. Okay, so here it should be an image, so img, and that part is the source. Now I'm forgetting that I'm supposed to add a root to this. And there we go. And the description there. Awesome. So you can put styles here on those images as you wish. So let's go back home. Click here. There we go. Go home. Click there. Oh, same image. This one. So we're doing pretty well. Awesome. Then you can change your logo here, the logo, and put your very own, which will be easy. You just go to the header and change that. Put another image there. So I do believe I have some images in other previous projects, but no, doesn't seem like. I think I lost the other projects. Anyway, so this is how you actually convert a template into a dynamic website. So I hope you have learned something awesome. Oh, wait a minute, there's the issue of pagination in case you have too many images and you need to move to the next page. So let's see how we can actually do that. So let me just add one more image here just to give the number, to improve the number of images. The file could not be uploaded, so maybe the file type is different. I have no idea. Let's try this one. Okay, great. So we have that. Oh, awesome. Okay, so at least we have this number of images, and now I want to be able to push the next button here. So let's add a few buttons. So let's go to the index page, and at the very bottom, just after this part, article right here. So maybe I can say section. I can put a section here and say button. What do I do here? Let me try and put an input type button. So there's no need for names here, but value will be required. So a value will be previous page. Let me see how that will look like. Okay, so we have a teensy weensy button there. Let me put a break tag here. Now we can put a class here. Let's see. btn primary. Let's see if this bootstrap thingy will work. Apparently not. Okay, so what I could do is there's on the upload thing we have a button here, so it has a class. Where is the class? That one. So I can just steal this class from here because I'm not very sure of what classes are being used. So let me just save this and refresh. It's going all the way to the other side, so we can add a style here to limit that and just say width 200 pixels. So you can't go beyond that. Very good. Previous. And then let me duplicate this and do the next button, which will be next. So I'm going to put a style here to say float right, so it can float to the right side. Okay, so we have previous, we have next. Click, click. Very nice. Now, in order for these buttons to work, we need to give them A tags, of course. So let me put the closing A tags here. Closing A tag, and then the opening A tag here, A tag, and the href. So let me remove the closing since I've already added it there. Okay, so now these are clickable. So we need to have some links in here. But before we do that, let's make sure that we can read properly per page. So I'm going to go to the model that actually reads posts, which is posts here. Okay. And I'm going to add a few things to our query. So here where it says get all, as you can see, there's already limit 12. Now I want to be able to change this limit here. So I'm going to say limit is equal to 12, so that instead I can put a variable there. Awesomeness. Then I'm going to add an offset. Okay. So that would be a variable needed. And say offset. So what an offset is usually the default is 0. Okay. So an offset, let's say for example you have 20 posts and you want to get only, in this case, let's say I just want to get 10. Let me put 3 as the limit. So let's say you have 10 posts and you, okay, round the numbers are better. So I'm going to say, let's say you have 20 posts and you're going to limit yourself to 10. So the first time you load your page, it's going to get the post number 1 up to 10, right? But then if you want to go to the next page, but you still want to get only 10 posts, you need to have an offset. So the offset will tell the database that it should start on that offset, for example, number 10, and then it will still give you 10 posts, which will get you to 20. So the offset is just that, an offset. So there's a nice formula I have that I normally use to get the correct offset, just given the limit. So what I will say is that I'll create a variable called page number, and I'm going to say page number -1, then multiply by the limit. So this formula is going to give me the offset. So imagine I am on, I have a limit of 10, right? And I'm on page 1. So this formula is going to say page 1 minus 1, which is 0, times the limit, which is 10. And so it's going to be 0. So which is good. The offset on the first on page 1 should be 0. But on page 2, the offset should be 10. So how do we get there? So I'm on page 2. This is 2 minus 1, which is 1, multiplied by the limit, which is 10. On page 3, the offset should be 20, is it? So 3 minus 1, which is 2, 2 times limit 10, which is 20. So it works very well for me. So there, offset and the limit right there. So I'll put the limit at 3 just so we can have several pages, because we don't have that many images. In fact, I'll put it at 2 just so we can see up to page 3. Okay, so that's good. Now, where do we get page number from? This is the important part. So I'm going to use a get variable. So I'm going to say page number is equal to 1. We also always start from 1. But then I'll just put an if statement here. I'm going to say get page. So we're going to have a variable called page, which will carry the page number. Now, if is set, so if it's there, because sometimes it won't be there. So if it is set, question mark, assign it to whatever page number that is, and then if it's not, just say page number is 1. But people are very clever. They might add some letters and numbers to confuse our database, so we are cleverer than them. We're just going to parse this as an integer, so regardless what it is, it's going to be turned into a number. Okay, that's good. You can never trust variables from the URL ever, so you have to take precaution. So there is our page number right there, and this is it, right? So if I go up here and just write page 1, first of all, let me just refresh. You see, I get 2 of these because we are limiting 2. And then if I put a question mark and say page equals 2 like this, you see I get different results, just like that. And if I put page 3, third page. Okay, shouldn't I have seen 2 of those? How about page 0? That doesn't work very well. Okay, so there we go. 3 pages. So now let me put it at 12, for example, so that I can see all the images. How many are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, so it was correct. So that's how you do it. But let's try and now the buttons, the only thing they need to do, the buttons, is to take us to a page where there's this variable page and then there's a number there. So luckily I already created a model that does that. I was using it for another project, so I'm just going to copy it from models. It's called Pagination, conveniently. So minimal app, I'm going to take it inside models, Pagination. So let me open the Pagination thing. So this class Pagination in there. So what it does, it just grabs the URL there. So there are several functions. The first function is called current page number. So this one gets me the current page number, and this one generates a link which has a number that I want. So for example, if I'm on page 4 and then I want to go on page 6, I can simply give it number 6 here, and then it will recreate the link that's inside my browser, and then the only thing it will change is the page number to suit what I've put here. So that's really all I need. Generate link and then current page number. That's it. So let me use this inside posts here. No, I don't need to use it in here. Where I need to use it is on the home controller. I need to just pass in the information. So this data here contains posts, but I want to give it some page numbers here, some page values. So I'm going to say prev page and then next page. Okay, so first of all, I need to get the model to load it. So I'm going to, it's called Pagination, so Pagination. And then the function I am looking for is generate link. Is it? So I'm here, I want to go in here. It's generate link with a number there, right? Good. So so it's pagination arrow generate link for previous page, right? And so what I will do now for the number, I'll use the same thing, pagination. However, I'll tell it to give me the current page. So if I go back to pagination, there is this function, current page number. So it will give me the current page number. You can go through this class to see how it works step by step. It's actually very simple. Let me go back to the home thingy. So pagination current page number. So whatever the page number is right now, the previous page is this current one minus 1. That's it. So I'll copy this again, put it here, and simply add +1. That will be the next page. Wrong button, like so, and that's it. So these two variables contain the link I need. So I'm just going to, now since they're inside data, they will be available in the view. So all I need to do is go to the view now, the index page, and right here just give them the values that they need. So equal close, and that's it. So previous page, next page. That should actually be it. So there we go, and there you go. Next, next, next. However, I saw page number 0 there, so that isn't very good. Things are not working well. So what I'm supposed to do here to avoid that page 0 is go to the thing that reads the posts right here. Page number is equal to that, so people can become clever. So let's do another page number here and say if page number is less than 1, then page number, then set it to, if it's less than 1, then set it to 1. Otherwise, leave the page number as it is. So this sorts out the problem, so that we cannot have page -1 like this, right? So let me go forward a little bit. So if it's 0 or anything else, then it will still just load page 1 until like this, page 2, page 1, page 0, page -1. Oops, it keeps going. Wow. So we should avoid that. So how do I do that? So right there where there's a link, which is in the home controller, we can put an if statement and say, oh, that's too much processing, but you can use this to put, because it tells you the current page number. So you can just say if the current page number is this, then you can decide what calculations to give it there, so that it doesn't go below that. But since it's not generating any errors, it's not really a big deal. It will just make the video unnecessarily longer to start processing or creating that data. But otherwise, we are good to go at this point. Let me just change this back in posts to something like 12, so that it's be loading 12 at a time. If I press next, this is page 1 now, page 2, page 1, page 2, page 3, and so on. All right, so I hope you learned something here. I will see you in a different tutorial, so keep learning.